Party.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Please be seated. Can I remind members to put their mobile phones on silent? Can members of the public present please also ensure that their phones are on silent, and if they are filming or recording the meeting, they do not do so in a way that disrupts our council business. Thank you. The first item on the agenda is members' declarations of interest. Will members declaring an interest please identify themselves and their interest clearly and complete the usual yellow form before the end of the meeting? Firstly, are there any disclosable pecuniary interests to be declared? Are there any other interests to be declared? Thank you. Agenda item 2 is to receive and confirm the minutes of the annual council meeting in May. Are these minutes moved?
Move the minutes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are the minutes seconded? All in favour? That is carried. Agenda item 3 on the council summons is to receive apologies for absence. In advance of the meeting, apologies have been received from councillors Alley, Antcliffe, Carrington, Collins, Ferguson, Garbett, Melanie Jones, Masterman, Scott, Speak, Tennant and Wallace. Is there any more?
Apologies to Councillor Keith, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Also, Councillor Hayes and Councillor Bates have informed me that they may need to leave the meeting early. Anybody else need to leave the meeting early? Councillor Mayo? Thank you. Agenda item 4 is to deal with such announcements as I may decide to lay before Council. Firstly, I have been asked by the Ethics and Governance Committee if I would say a few words about the behaviours in this chamber over the last few years. I think we can all agree that matters of great importance are being debated in these council meetings. These are matters that are important to the people of the district, particularly some of the matters that will be debated in the motions later today. When I made the declaration of acceptance of office, I understood that it would be my job to chair full council and to ensure that questions and motions can be debated in an efficient manner. This is something that I will endeavour to do. I must also uphold the procedure rules that govern the meeting, decide points of order and preserve order in how the meeting is conducted. That will mean that I will sometimes make decisions that not everyone will agree with, but I will try to do this fairly and without fear of favour. I ask all members to show respect for each other and for the role of the Mayor in chairing the meeting. We were all elected to represent our communities. I will ensure today that everyone who wants to contribute to the debate is able to do so, providing that it is done in a respectful and proper manner. In return, I would ask the members to listen to each other respectfully, that there is no shouting across the chamber or over the person speaking, and that people show respect for those speaking both in their words and actions. There is a line that has been crossed in this council chamber when comments were made of a personal nature on both sides of the chamber. This has been dealt with via the standards process. I would hope today that we can make a fresh start and show the best example of debate, making political and not personal points. Thank you. My first 9 weeks in office has simply flown by. It has been both an honour and pleasure to represent the district at numerous mayor-making ceremonies, civic services, charity events, citizenship ceremonies, a number of musical performances, what powerful talent we have, and also a musical evening with a visiting Austrian choir. Pontefract Wheelfest, street fairs and galas are always popular at this time of year, and it is fabulous to see the footfall in the district. Thank you to Councillor Josie Pritchard, the Council's Armed Forces champion, and the dedicated team for the tremendous Armed Forces Day. Just pity about the weather. The annual Rifles Regiment beat the retreat, and the Lord Lieutenant's garden party were a delight. We have welcomed a new Bishop of Wakefield, the Reverend Malcolm Chamberlain, at his consecration service at York Minster, and we have said thank you and goodbye to the Very Reverend Simon Cowlin, Dean of Wakefield Cathedral. What a joy visiting our schools is, and children visiting us in the parlour last week, left saying it was the best day of their lives. And finally, if you would like to join my annual parade and service this Saturday and you have not yet confirmed with the office, please do so. Thank you. There are no deputations before us today, so we will go straight to agenda item 6, which is the leader's report. Before the leader makes her report, I understand that she wishes to propose that Council presents a Community Champion Award to Miss Ellen Knowles. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, Helen and her family and friends and colleagues are here today, and we really feel, Helen, that you deserve to be a champion of our community. You've worked tirelessly over the years, and you've been a friend to this council, but also you've looked after so many people and raised so much money for the community, and we felt that we wanted to honour you. Now, I'd like to ask my deputy, Jack Hemingway, to say a few words.
Thank you, Denise. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be able to nominate Helen Knowles for a Community Champion Award for her outstanding contribution to charity and care within this district. Helen started out as a volunteer, then was in charge of fundraising and a senior manager at Wakefield Hospice in a career spanning 38 years. I first met Helen when presenting a recycled metals cheque from the Council's bereavement services. It felt like a significant amount of money, a few £1,000s, but that barely even covers a day's running costs for a busy hospice, delivering vital palliative care and services not just for those reaching the end of life, but also in support of the families and loved ones going through the trauma of bereavement as well. Hospices are not state-funded. They require a huge amount of funding to keep going to provide that range of complex care, and Helen has been a relentless champion for this over the years, undertaking extreme challenges including skydiving and mountaineering, pioneering new and innovative ways to raise funding, as well as good old-fashioned hard work and graft. All of this to keep our valued hospice running. I'm sure she would emphasise that she's part of a team, and that's typically modest of her, but it would downplay her own tremendous contribution to the hospice in Wakefield. Madam Mayor, she's a real community champion and unsung hero of this district, and I'm proud to propose her for this award, which she has more than earned, and which I believe as residents of this district is the least we owe her for her contribution on behalf of all those residents she's helped. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Helen, do you wish to respond with a few words of reply?
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to say a huge thank you to Denise and Jack for all your support. I would also like to thank the members in here, a lot of whom I do know personally. So thank you. I'm deeply honoured to receive this Community Champion Award. After 38 years with Wakefield Hospice, it has been a privilege to serve our community and walk alongside many patients, families and colleagues through some of the life's most precious, treasured moments in their lives. People often ask, what's your purpose in life? Well, for me, it has always been about people, my family and my role at Wakefield Hospice. This award is shared with every person who has been part of that journey. I thank you all for letting me be part of something so meaningful. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome to stay, but we'll have a pause until you and your guests leave if you want to. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, would you like to finish your report, please?
Thank you. First of all, colleagues, I'd like to call for a minute's silence. On the 11th of July marked the 30th anniversary of the genocide at Srebrenica. I'm probably not said that name right. But in 95, thousands of men and boys were systematically murdered and buried in mass graves. The victims were Muslim. They were killed solely because of their identity. It serves as a terrible reminder that stirring up hatred and discrimination isn't just wrong. It can lead to evil. We all have a responsibility to promote tolerance and understanding across our diverse communities and cultures. Srebrenica was the worst atrocity in Europe since the Second World War. It should never be forgotten, and it remains an important lesson to us all. With your permission, Madam Mayor, I'd like to invite everyone in the chamber to invite me with a minute's silence. Just a couple. We've got a long agenda today, so I'm not going to speak for too long, but just one thing to raise is, and to put this to bed really, a few months ago I mentioned here that the members' allowance report that is here today, that we wouldn't, outside the controlling group, would not be recommending any increase in the allowance. So that's just to make that plain. We took a decision some time ago, but the report has to come, and we do thank the people that look into it, and it's something that's done every year, but we haven't accepted the report for some time. Excuse me. We note it, and we thank them for the time and effort, but we won't be accepting a pay claim at this time. I would also like to thank Josie Farrett and her team for the Armed Forces event. What a fantastic event it was. And when I say about this, Josie, you don't just go and organise an event on the day. Day in and day out, you're looking after our veterans. And people don't actually realise that until you ring me at 11 o'clock at night and say, we've got a problem that you haven't been able to solve. So I do thank you for that, and I'm sure we all had a fabulous day. The other thing that has been happening across our district is we got more funding for the police, and we've got 11 more police officers across our district. But the great thing about it is that they've changed the shift pattern. It was 4 on and 4 off, and I think we all really struggled with that because people who wanted to commit crimes realised that there were no police there on those 4 days. Well, now we've got police every day working in our communities, and I really think that is a great thing. I was very pleased to meet with the Work and Pensions officer. We're a pilot scheme in Wakefield to try and get people into jobs and creation, so that was a good thing. Our Chief Officer, Tony Reeves, is not here today. He's down in Oxford, and Wakefield had been chosen out of 10 authorities across the country to work on a new scheme that the government are coming forward with, a local government reform. I think we'll tell everybody later whether that's a good thing or a bad thing that we've been chosen. Depends what the reform is. I think that's all. I think, Margaret, you might be raising about the Children and Young People's Plan. And Dan, you might want to talk about the plan that you're doing. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Are there any comments or questions on Councillor Jeffrey's report? Councillor Gert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to refer to the alleged 11 new police officers, because we're certainly not seeing them in Nottingham Ferrybridge. In fact, what's happening in our ward is our police officers and our PCSOs are being taken away to patrol Castleford and Pontefract, and on a regular basis we're being left with no police cover at all in our ward. So if there's 11 new police officers, why are our officers being redeployed?
Well, obviously, you'll have to take that up with the police, but I wasn't aware of that. I think in Wakefield we've seen a real decrease in antisocial behaviour and police on the streets. But if you have a problem, Peter, and you and not being able to communicate with the police, I'll speak to the divisional commander about it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like to thank the leader for her kind comments. There is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes with the veterans in general. However, on Armed Forces Day, thanks really must go to the events team and to our Armed Forces Covenant officer, who absolutely worked tirelessly on delivering Armed Forces Day. They did an absolutely amazing job. And if I do say so myself, we do make a formidable team. So thank you.
Yeah, just for members' information, the police have a formation of 6 days on, 4 days off. It works in a rotation of 3 teams, so there should be police officers on every day where apparently there's a team with 4 days off. There should be another incoming team in the morning and another incoming team at night that ends at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, that might not be suitable for everyone, but if we're getting 11 police officers extra, it is incumbent on the leader to report back where those 11 police officers are going to. Thank you.
Same item. I think we should welcome the arrival of any new police or whatever, in whatever capacity they are given in. But I would say that I don't agree with the fact that I'd have to see the statistics to show that whether antisocial behaviour has dropped in the Wakefield City Centre, because I believe, and from family members and speaking to other people, that most people, and I know it's not a Wakefield only issue, do feel uncomfortable with the Wakefield City Centre because there are a group of people, whatever their backgrounds are, whoever they are, that are unable to follow the rules that everybody else is expected to follow. And the city centre, they go around shoplifting, doing other things, and they're the reason why a lot of people are no longer going out and shopping. People are choosing to go online and do other things, and we know the consequences of that on the city centre and all city centres. So I would ask that the police officers that we do have prioritise crime on that nature, where the priority of the police should be the safety of the people of this district, wherever they are. And I understand, and I think we have to understand, I think ward members should raise their own specific issues, but police have operational duties as well, where they are called off to other things. We wouldn't expect a police officer to say, I haven't seen a police officer in Sandal or Agbrig. I might not see one. They might be called out because there's an emergency in Dewsbury or Leeds. It's my job to go to my police officers and ask them if there's an issue there or they've got a vacancy or gap in there, rather than bringing it up in the council chamber. The second, I think that's a really important point that we raised in there. The other thing is, and I would have raised it inside the members' allowance bit, however, you've spoken inside your report, so I'm going to raise it now. Which particular bit of the report are you saying that you're not supporting? Is it the entire report, or is there going to be components of the report that you are in favour of or against? And I think we've addressed that now, or we address it inside the actual bit when it comes up.
Yeah, the Cabinet Member for Resources will be moving that report on. We'll discuss it then. I was just clarifying, because in the media it was saying that we were all rushing to accept allowance increases, and of course we're not. And so I wanted to make that clear at the start. But obviously the Cabinet Member will be dealing with his report. But on the police, I think we need more dialogue with the police, and I'll make sure that we do get that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might just need your guidance on this, because I'm raising it now because in the last ordinary council meeting in April, I moved a motion which the Labour group amended, but it asked the leader to provide a copy of the letter she sent to the Prime Minister to the next available meeting, and I haven't seen it anywhere in the booklet. So I'm just wondering if we can expect it at any time.
Jake, I didn't bring it, but I will make sure. But I have to say I haven't had a reply.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Agenda item 7 is to consider Cabinet member reports. Cabinet members have up to 5 minutes to present their report, and there are a further 15 minutes allocated to each Cabinet member to respond to any questions or brief comments on matters within their portfolio area. The first report is from Portfolio Holder for Regen and Economic Growth. Councillor Hemingway, would you please introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted to be able to move my first Cabinet report as Portfolio Holder for Regeneration and Economic Growth. Over the last month, I've met with some incredible businesses doing wonderful and innovative things right here in our district, as well as their representatives in the bid, the Chamber, and we are Wakefield. From OE Electricals, pioneering innovative charging infrastructure on a global scale, to local businesses, pubs and bars working in our nighttime economy. I've had meetings with our regeneration officers about the various schemes to regenerate our towns and city centres and seen firsthand the excellent work of our adult education team, recently accredited as good, with elements of outstanding by Ofsted. I look forward to making progress on a range of issues in the coming months, including our Futures Higher Education Commission, which will be due to report back around the time of the next council meeting. And with that, Madam Mayor, I move my report and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Hi, Jack. Yeah, I had a word with you last week where I said I wasn't going to ask any questions because you needed time to bed into this portfolio. But you sent out a press release on Monday stating that you're seeking a new regeneration partner specifically for Castleford. Yeah, you're all nodding like you agree with it, but what's wrong with the strategic regeneration partner that was announced last year by the previous portfolio holder? Why are they not good enough? And what on earth are we spending time and resource and money and tender contracting to get a new strategic regeneration partner specifically for Castleford? And if you're going to do it in Castleford, why are you not going to do it in Renthorpe? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Because to award the strategic regeneration partner for Wakefield City with the contract for Castleford would be breaking procurement rules and wouldn't be following a fair and transparent process. We're seeking a strategic regeneration partner for the regeneration projects in Castleford to help us drive that work forward. I think what the Council is looking at is, in terms of our regeneration schemes, there's lots of really good individual schemes that have been brought forward over the last few years, but how can we make them more strategic to make sure they fit different aspects of the local economy together, to make sure we're getting the right jobs and houses in the right places, and the strategic regeneration partner will have expertise to help us do that at scale and pace. So we can't just simply transfer over the Wakefield partner to Castleford. That wouldn't be lawful, it wouldn't be the right thing to do. We need to give companies in this field a chance to tender and put forward their ideas and their plans for Castleford before we look at that. In terms of why not every ward, we're focusing mainly where we've got the government regeneration funding. We'd love to do this for every ward, but the capacity obviously isn't there. If we were to get hundreds of millions from government to fund regeneration zones in every ward, that would be amazing, but we're not in that space, Councillor Sarp. So we've had to look at Castleford. That's a deprived community. It's getting significant government grant, and I believe this is the right way forward to regenerate Castleford for all the benefit of the residents in that community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Jack. Congratulations on your post, Jack. Anyway, the former British BHS site was acquired by the Council in 2021 in May. March 2022, the Library and Museum work we were informed that work would be finished in 2 years' time. The Council had £12 million levelling up money from the Conservative government and £4 million in council money. The 17th of January 2023, there was a report riddled with asbestos project, expected to be delayed 6 months, but the asbestos will be completed by April 2023. At a full council meeting on September 20, 2021, Councillor Byford, who was a regeneration cabinet member at that time, stated We need to do something with it. The building is riddled with asbestos from top to bottom. We want to be in there as soon as possible. Published on the 10th of October 2023, we're on track to be completed by 2025. Published 17th of March 2023, £626,000 of funding from the Arts Council was granted to Wakefield Council. The most significant project in there was the new library. And that was to be over 3 years, from April 2023 to April 2026. On the 25th of March, the Council received £446,587 from the Art Council, England Libraries Improvement, to create its new child library and museum space. That building has been unoccupied since BHS collapsed in 2016. How's it going, Jack? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Farmer. Look, BHS has been a long-running project. From my point of view, we need to get this absolutely right, and behind the scenes, council officers have been looking at the various REBA stages that we talk about when we consider planning applications to make sure that the scheme includes everything that we need it to make sure that it's cost-effective, and ultimately, we need to be able to deliver value for money for the ratepayers of this district, and we don't want to sign up to something and a plan that wouldn't work. So a range of options are being considered as part of this. I will say, while we're grateful to receive the money from the previous government, some of the strings attached to that funding weren't always the most helpful and did make it difficult to progress schemes because they were quite restrictive. We are in discussions with the government at the moment to see if we can be a bit more flexible with that funding and use it to benefit the wider city centre projects as well. So no decision's been made on that. There will be a report coming forward soon, and I'll be happy to update Council at that time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Next is the portfolio holder for adults and health. Councillor Smith, would you please introduce the report to Council in Councillor Collins' absence?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I would like to welcome Rachel Bowes, the new Corporate Director for Adults and Health, who is now in post and here with us today. Councillor Collins and I are looking forward to working with Rachel, and we will be working closely with her as we continue to transform and improve our services. I would also like to pay tribute to the work of Susie Joyner, the outgoing Interim Corporate Director for Adults Health and Communities. Susie undertook some excellent work in leading and guiding our services through a period of challenge and change, and we thank her for her service and we wish her well in her future work. Turning now to Councillor Collins' main part of her report. In her report, Councillor Collins has highlighted the excellent work of our award-winning reablement service. This service delivers short-term care and support in people's homes. Its focus is on helping individuals to regain independence after illness, injury or hospital discharge. Very importantly, the service takes a home-first approach, placing reablement at the centre of service delivery. Supporting people, building the confidence, developing daily living skills to achieve greater independence. It's an integrated team that works closely in partnership with other services, and that's to ensure that the right care is delivered at the right time and in the right place. So the focus is on enabling it so individuals can rebuild their routines and take back control of their day-to-day lives. It's a high-performing service. Over the last 12 months, the service has supported 900 requests for short-term support, and compared to the England average, 90% of older people were still at home 91 days later following a hospital admission, but into reablement and intermediate care services. That's higher than the England average of 83%. Families speak very highly of the service. Indeed, my own 90-year-old mother, who fell and broke her arm earlier this year, benefited from the reablement service, which worked with her to maximise her independence again as she recovered. And personally, I cannot speak too highly of the care and support that she received. So not only does the service deliver practical help, it also brings much needed emotional relief to many people. The support provided often lifts a huge burden, particularly for informal family carers. The second area I would like to highlight from the report is in respect of Shared Lives Week 2025, which Wakefield Council recently celebrated. As you will note from Councillor Collins' report, she is a Shared Lives carer herself, and she was indeed proud to celebrate Shared Lives Week 2025 in Wakefield District, and is therefore keen to help shine a light on a care model that changes lives, both for those we support and for carers as well. This is a unique and rewarding service and scheme for adults aged 17 and over, including people with a learning disability, physical impairments, or young people leaving foster care, to live in or regularly visit a carer's home to receive personalised support. However, it's about more than care. It's about sharing everyday life, routines and relationships. And to celebrate the difference Shared Lives makes this year, the Council hosted an event at Hemsworth Community Centre that brought together carers, individuals who were supported and staff to share their experiences. Wakefield currently supports 51 households and 86 carers, but more are needed. And as Councillor Collins points out in her report, experience isn't needed, just a caring heart. Full training, support and tax benefits are provided, and each placement is very carefully matched to ensure that everyone thrives. If any members are aware of anyone they think may be interested in this scheme, details of where more information can be found are available in Councillor Collins' report. Madam Mayor, I move this report.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Is there any questions or brief comments? Questions or comments? No? If not, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bates.
Yeah, I just, having benefited from the care plan and that for my wife and all that, I'll just like credit where it's due. I found the service excellent. And I do think if you'd pass on to the staff that looked after my wife, I'd be grateful. Thanks.
Certainly will, Councillor Bates. Thank you.
Any more? If not, thank you, Councillor Smith. Next is the portfolio holder for children and young people. Councillor Isherwood, would you please introduce the report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, and in introducing my report, I need to say a big thank you to the people who work in our children's care homes. As you'll see, that once again excel themselves. And the people who benefit from this, of course, are the children in those homes. A lot of the success from this council is the innovative way in which we look at children's homes, and this has been recognised nationally with 20, as the report tells us, 20 other authorities gleaning experience from us on how to improve theirs. The leader did mention the Children's and Young People's Plan, which was presented to Council here and was officially launched at the BOF Build Our Futures Summit in July. Once again, a wonderful experience with over 100 children there. And to finalise the report, I need to mention the actual veg power, eat them to defeat them. I had the pleasure of going to a school to see children actually involved in this, and the gusto with which they attacked the vegetables was actually amazing to see. So it's good that children are getting used to eating raw vegetables. I will say they weren't necessarily cooked. And with that, Madam Mayor, I move my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isherwood. Is there any questions or brief comments? Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Isherwood. On July the 3rd, Wakefield Independent School has closed, blaming VAT on school fees. Your government said it would affect approximately 3,000 children. At least up to date, 44 private schools have closed because of the VAT raid affecting 6,000 children who have now got to go to state school. Your ministers now predict around 100 will close, affecting thousands of more. Many parents are not millionaires and billionaires, and they make massive sacrifices to send the kids to schools which they believe will give them a better education. So at the end of this September, will you give an update of how many children in the Wakefield area have been affected by this and have to leave the current schools? The apologies to the parents, the staff, and more importantly to the kids that have been affected. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farmer. I can confirm that all the children, there were a total of 88 children that were in this district from Wakefield Independent School. They have all been found places and will be moving on in September into schools. That at this moment in time is the full amount of children that, for whatever reason, and I can't say what the reason is because I have no knowledge of the financial doings of the school involved, but for whatever reason, those children have been found places within the district.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, the last few months, Margaret, have been very, very hard in my ward. And the fact that I couldn't even get a phone call from you back when I asked you to phone me because there's nearly 3,000 kids that are not at school and haven't been for the past month. Now, I completely understand that with Outwood Academy, there is a national issue. But I find it so hypocritical that we are the people that collect fines from parents when their child doesn't turn up for a week, but we don't want to get involved in mediation to get teachers back to school and not striking. Can you explain why we're not even prepared as a council to come round the table to mediate whilst nearly 3,000 kids, the fourth biggest high school in the country, in my ward, have got parents left, right and centre having to look after their children because of this strike action. Now, I'm not saying I disagree with people striking. I'm not saying that at all, but we're not even prepared to mediate, get round the table and get an arrangement in place. Yet we're prepared to collect fines from parents that can afford to take their kids out of school at a certain time on a holiday that they otherwise probably wouldn't be able to afford within school holidays. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp, I did communicate back to you. We did look into it and I did explain that this was a national issue. It isn't a Wakefield issue. We as a council cannot deal with a national issue. It isn't ours to deal with. So we did it. We did what we could, but we couldn't do anything. The Outwood Academy is an academy. It's self-sufficient. It doesn't work within the remit of the local authorities. So we can't tell them what to do. We can't mediate. We cannot mediate on their behalf. This is a national academy. If we could have done something, we would have done something. We couldn't do anything, so we were in that position.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sharp, can I just ask you to be quiet a moment, please, while I speak to Gillian?
So the rules are, Madam Mayor. Come back on the answer.
You've asked your question, the answer has been given, and there's no comeback on your question. Thank you.
It's an item that I'm raising. I'm not fully aware of the information. I will ask to raise this because in September, many parents will have to go out and buy school uniforms for many schools around the district. Most of them, and there's a few here, people that are on governing bodies. And I think it's important that the council has in the past raised motions, and we've never had feedback back to the council, if we have, I've not heard it, about what the update was. And I've been told there's certain academies here that stop other uniform providers from providing uniforms, so they're the exclusive supplier in that context only. And if that's incorrect, then we need to be told that's incorrect. Obviously, you're going to tell me that some of them are academies, they're not actually the local authority mainstream schools, which actually doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. So that, in that sense there, what was there was the last motion in the Wakefield Express, and there was a Wakefield Express lastly did one a day ago saying that the uniform costs had risen again, and parents were expected to meet those costs, where most schools have chosen to put emblems on ties and charge like £10 or £12 for ties. That's unacceptable, because that tie, where they got it from in China or India, is, I think I'll do Kettlethorpe High School, so you can't say that I'm not doing it. So a sports top, £12.99. The same thing that you can get from George for £3 something. You can get probably 2 of them. Jumper, £13. Ridiculous prices. And apparently they're the only people that can... Sorry, that's an external supplier, where the internal supplier would charge double that. So they're the only provider of the uniform. The school would say that we're the only provider of the uniform, stopping other people. So what was the update of the last motions that were held? So what was the update of the council motions? There was a review on this. It's about 2 years old. And has there been an update on the matter? And can you tell me if it's correct that schools can ban that other people be the sole provider of uniforms in Wakefield? In relation to Atwood Academy, I didn't want to get involved with this one. The Atwood is an academy, and it's managed directly by the DFE. But as the portfolio holder, you could either say that you agree with their strike action, or you think it's at the detriment of the young people. And I think that would suffice to say that we either support the striking people, or we believe that the young people who've had COVID for 2 years and been taught off teams at home, and now they're having to miss education, is acceptable or not. I think that would be a sufficient answer in that context there. So regardless of whether it's academy, because I don't see a reversal in academies by the Labour. I'm not seeing the Labour Party reverse and say we're against academies all of a sudden. So sometimes a simple answer would suffice.
Thank you for that. I presume the question is about school uniforms, which Scrutiny actually did a report on that a couple of years ago. Obviously, I agree with you. The cost of school uniforms is outrageous in some instances. There needs to be more control over what schools can charge, what schools can insist on. And I think there are rules in place, but we don't seem to be pushing them and making schools stick with them. But I will make inquiries and see what we can do, what has been done, and get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As part of the working group on the uniforms with Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee, it has been a lot of work. We have invited school leaders to come and meet with us, and they've refused. There's a lot of work gone into it, and that report is due to be finalised very soon. So we will provide that to Councillor Isherwood, and then Councillor Isherwood can pass that on. But schools, there is the bill that's gone through Parliament. It went through a couple of years ago, the Affordable School Uniform Bill. Some schools have lowered their prices, and I agree with Councillor Ahmed on this, that the prices at the minute are astronomical. However, there is one academy that do provide Year 7s with a full uniform kit. But once we've got a response, Councillor Ahmed, to that working group, which all across the chamber, we invited people from all political parties to join us on that. One of them has left now, but we will get that report to Councillor Isherwood as soon as we've got that finalised.
Yeah, on that, if what Councillor Pritchard has just said is true, can we withdraw our labour from the schools? Can we stop collecting fines on their behalf? Can we stop issuing court letters or late payment letters if they don't want to turn up and even speak to us on issues like school uniform raises? Why do we not seem to be able to want to do that if they don't want to communicate with us? Why does every institution that we surround ourselves with have all of the power and we have none?
On the issue of fines, Councillor Sharp, I am on Chair of Governors. I am a member of a Board of Governors, and it is the schools that decide whether to fine parents. We as an organisation, do not decide to fine them. We make decisions at the Board of Governors whether this parent should be fined because they've taken a child out of school.
Councillor Sharp, will you please not interrupt Councillor Isherwood when she's trying to explain to you? I'm sorry. What's your point of order?
I think there's a misunderstanding in what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we do the admin on behalf of the schools, so can we withdraw that?
Can you stop there, please? That is not a point of order. We move on. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to present my first report as the Cabinet Member for Environment and Climate Change. It's been a very busy and inspiring start, and I've had the privilege of seeing firsthand the incredible work happening across our district. Our parks and green spaces continue to thrive, from sustainable urban green initiatives to a £60,000 play area upgrade at Gorton Street Park. I'm happy to share the news that 5 of our parks have now been awarded green flag status. On Monday, I was lucky enough to visit Horwood Park and meet the Friends group there. 4 of which of the parks have received the prestigious award for several years, including Pugneys, Anglers, Pontefract Park and Horwood Park. And I can now share with you the exciting news, although you might have got it yesterday, but Valehead Park has been granted the Green Flag Award for the first time. It's a great achievement that reflects the hard work and commitment of council staff and the partnership with the Friends of groups. I'd also like to thank the members who have already attended a briefing and arranged a date for the Community Action Days this summer. And I appreciate all you do, the fantastic work in your community. And I hope you can take advantage of the campaign to lead a litter picking event in your ward. In July, the Council hosted the 3rd Net Zero Partnership Summit, bringing together over 80 representatives from 42 organisations, and it was a fantastic opportunity to share progress and collaborate on our district's journey to net zero. Finally, a big thank you to our council teams, both in street scene and highways, who undertook a major clean-up of the A162 dual carriageway recently, a challenging but vital task carried out in tough conditions. And looking ahead, Madam Mayor, I'll be updating you in September on our £3 million park improvement programme and celebrating the outcomes of our summer community action days. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any questions or brief comments on the report? Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank the council for the new park on Gorton Street. I feel a bit bad thanking it on your report, Councillor. I'll thank Councillor Graham though, because it was done while. Oh, am I on the wrong report here? Am I? Sorry.
You're all right, thank you. Councillor Aslam.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I'm just getting back to this week. I've been on holiday for a week, so I'm rushed in. But I just want to pick up the point on Purston Park Memorial Garden. I was delighted to be there. I'm delighted to hold the ribbon to cut it. And to be fair, those pictures don't do it justice. What I also want to say is that I think we need to give some recognition to the town council itself in Featherstone, because that is omitted from that last paragraph. Having said that, to see its full glory, go on the Featherstone Town Council's YouTube channel and you'll be able to see the Memorial Garden from the sky, and it does look fantastic. So please do, George, Councillor, pass on the regards to Linda, who led that project, and all the team. They did an outstanding job against the odds, given how hot it has been. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the report, George. And it's lovely to see that some of our play areas are being refurbished. I really would like to invite you to one play area in our ward, and it's in Crofton. It's looking tired and requires refurbishment. We'd like you to come along and have a look at it, and let's talk about what we can do there.
Any more comments or question? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to welcome the work of the Council regarding promoting green spaces, and particularly the amount of flower beds across the district, Madam Mayor. Biodiversity is key to ensuring sustainable ecosystems, and it's important, Madam Mayor, for all creatures, both great and small, including our good selves. I wanted to mention there's a significant patch of wildflowers over in Flanshaw, not a million miles away from Renthorpe, that has got significant prestige and has been noticed by members of my ward itself. So keep up the good work. Congratulations to the Council and congratulations to George. Save the bees, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Farm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Councillor, congratulations on all these green spaces. Can you just confirm that your Deputy Prime Minister is not going to your Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner is not going to target these for house building?
Yeah, no, I'll respond to that. No, she's not. Don't worry about it, Councillor Farmer. Just coming back to Councillor Cummings' invite to visit that play park, I do want to open that invite to every member in the chamber, really. If you do have a park that you want me to come out, that's a pressing priority for you, I'm more than happy to do that. Thank you.
The next report is the portfolio holder for communities. Councillor Wilton, would you please introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What a crazy couple of months it's been in my new position as the Cabinet Member. Just a few things that we've been focused on. Number one, as the leader alluded to at the beginning, we're really excited to be getting out and about in communities across the district talking about the Household Support Fund that we will be giving food vouchers to those on council tax support, and the leader and I are going to try and get across the district and talk about some of those messages to make sure people know. It's also really been the second week as myself in Cabinet was Knife Crime Awareness Week, and we did a fantastic campaign thanks to £7,000 from the Community Safety Partnership, where we got Stop the Bleed training kits out to door staff to support victims of a knife assault on the streets, and it was greatly received with a BBC report. We're also looking forward to, in September, our first Martin's Law conference following the law passing through Parliament, and it's right down to this level and priority number one, as well as businesses across the district. It's also our premises in this chamber and in our council buildings to make sure we're completely safe and prepared for any attacks. So I'll leave it there, Madam Mayor, to move my report, and happy to take any questions.
Yes, Daniel. I'd like you to pass my thanks on, if you would, to pest control, which I believe is under your portfolio. I've had a bit of a run of bad luck recently, and it culminated with a wasp nest in my loft. And I hate wasps. You know, bees, I like bees. Wasps, no. And having had a couple of bad experiences with tradesmen recently, I decided, oh, well, we'll see what the council does. It's not cheap, 87 quid, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not bad. But they came out and did a good job. But I do have a little bit of constructive criticism, if you wouldn't mind passing it back. Because they did have to come out twice. It didn't take first time. And it is an all-day appointment. So when I had to arrange the second one, it was actually on a food bank day. So they were quite good. I explained what it was, and they did arrange for him to phone me when he was on the way, and I left access so he could get to it. He didn't need to come into the house. But I just think that would be a good thing to do for anybody in general. You know, because they know, yeah, they're not going to know on the day or the day before at what time they're going to be coming. But in the morning, they're going to have a good idea, aren't they? Whether it's going to be morning or afternoon. So a quick phone call, rather than having the customer sitting in all day. And I think, you know, just because I'm a councillor, I shouldn't get special treatment. And I think if you could introduce that change, you know, we'll give you a call an hour before we get there or whatever. Or I just think that'd be better. But they did do a good service. Thank you.
Yeah, so new homelessness strategy. What is it?
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. We passed our new homelessness strategy through Cabinet last week, and what is so important about this strategy is about partnership working, and we're talking constantly about the district plan. This is something that's going to be at the centre of that, making sure that people are supported into that safe, stable and sustainable accommodation with the police, with our partners in the NHS, making sure that everybody feels comfortable and can, if they're sadly in that position, we're doing everything we can, and I'm pleased to see that some of those improvements are already starting to trickle into the work we're doing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fly tipping. It's a bugbear of mine. There's been quite a bit of fly tipping in the Ossett area. I just happened to pass Thorns Park and I noticed there were quite a few travellers in there. If I went down to Thorns Park and left a load of rubbish, I'd be charged, my vehicle would be impounded. Could you tell me exactly what the council is doing to get money back from travellers who leave all the rubbish around? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I obviously don't know the specific situation, Councillor Farmer, but what I will say is I went out with our enforcement team only a couple of weeks ago, and what we were doing in that operation, it wasn't specifically travellers, but it was all sorts of different people coming by. We were stopping the vehicles, checking they had the correct licences, making sure that if they're carrying that kind of waste, that they're given the advice that they need, or in some senses prosecuted for what they're carrying, what they were likely to do. So again, I don't know the specifics, and I'm happy to write to you in a bit more detail, but I can assure you that our teams are on it, and it was really quite eye-opening to go out with them to see the direct work that they're doing.
If there's no more questions or comments, I'd like to thank you, Councillor Wilton. Next is the portfolio holder for Culture, Leisure and Sport. Councillor Appleyard, would you please introduce your report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a pleasure to bring this month's report to Council. Over the last couple of months, there have been the things that we're kind of getting used to, those big, bold events that we are great at here at Wakefield Council. We've had a dinosaur takeover at WX, and we've had the summer showstopper, which is the Jason Wilshire Mills Wakefield Adventure at WX. If anybody's already been to see it, it is bold, it is bright, it is beautiful, and it celebrates the working class northern history of our area. So if you haven't been yet, I really, really urge you to go. This month, though, I also wanted to highlight the fantastic work that the Culture, Leisure and Sport team do with regards to health and how we support health across the district. You'll see on page 31 the Know Your Neighbourhood project, which has done truly transformational work across the district, working to combat loneliness. There's been over 1,500 events, it's reached over 20,000 people. The elderly, yes, who we might most readily assume experience loneliness, but men in the district, women on maternity leave, young people as well, have also taken part in the work that our libraries have been doing. I'd also like to draw attention to the Active Together programme, which has been supporting people that have been diagnosed with cancer. Our Aspire Health instructors, who are qualified to support cancer patients, have supported patients from right across the district. Sadly, too many of us know someone with cancer or has lost somebody to it. So I think everybody in this chamber can appreciate how important that role is in supporting people from diagnosis to recovery. Finally, a huge thank you to the residents, schools and organisations who have taken part in Beat the Street over the summer. A huge congratulations to the more than 18,500 miles walked, skipped, danced, jumped, skateboarded across the wards that took part. The Featherstone ward members might be a little bit disappointed to know that I'm afraid I think they beat your score this year, but a little bit of health competition there. A huge thank you to the community clubs and the elected members who ran, attended and supported events across the 4 weeks as well, making it the success that it was. With that, Madam Mayor, I move my report.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Councillor Isherwood?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just want to make a comment on the it all starts with play. I think it's absolutely wonderful that we're looking at ways of getting children out playing. We see too much now of sitting in front of iPads and on phones and not actually, when my children were young, they were out in the street playing, and it would be lovely to see children out playing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, agenda page 35, Hannah, I place on record the thanks from myself, Matthew and Lynn for the tremendous work of the staff at Stanley Library. We were all really proud of them in the village. They were awarded, or nominated, should I say, for Library of the Year and do some incredible work along with the volunteer groups there. So just to pass on our thanks to all the teams involved in that.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Of course, Featherstone members are hugely disappointed that we got beaten at Beat the Street, but we're also very pleased that once again, Wakefield showing initiative, fantastic scheme. Well done. Thank you.
So yeah, just to add to that, it was great to be part of the Beat the Street programme. Lots of kids got out and about with their families and friends. So it was 3,000 people at least that were out doing all the extra events and gyms. And a big thank you to the Red Roof Centre, who won a couple of awards for hosting. They were great volunteers and put lots of work in. So I do hope that the programme continues next year in different wards within the constituency, because it's a great programme. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Would you like to come back, Councillor Appleyard?
Thank you to members' comments there. On Beat the Street, there is a lot of legacy work that will begin from now through the Active Through Football programme. I know you were saying that there's events happening today in your ward. It is a fantastic initiative and genuinely it just brings communities together, doesn't it? Like, you know, young and old. On the Beat the Street, there were people that would describe themselves as physically inactive that have been taking part, women and young girls. A huge proportion were involved there. So it's targeting people that might not want sport. That word might put them off a little bit, but it's a fantastic initiative. So I thank you for that. I will, of course, pass on the comments to the team at Stanley Library. So thank you for that. And just finally, with regards to play, I think it's, again, another really good initiative. I was quite startled to learn that you think play changed. In my head, 10, 15 years ago when these mobiles took over. But actually, you know, from the 80s and 90s, players started to change. So I think anything that we can do to support our young people in terms of their well-being, their physical activity, play streets, things like that, just making play fun again and making it a part of childhood, I think is really important. So I thank members for their comments.
Thank you. If there's no more comments or questions, I thank you for your report. Next, the portfolio holder for planning and highways. Councillor Morley, would you please introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I just want to make members aware, I hope they are aware, of an upcoming event that will be taking place Monday, the 21st of July, this coming Monday, 5 till 7 at the Lock Lane Centre in Castleford. It's a talking transport meeting organised by the Combined Authority that will be ably chaired by Councillor Altram. Myself will be there as well. So there will be updates about the West Yorkshire Weaver, our public transport going forward with bus franchising, but also the bus companies will be there as well to answer questions. So I'm sure it's something that comes up time and time again in all our wards, so I would encourage members to attend that. Just on my report, Madam Mayor, as I've reported previously, we have £20 million to spend on our highways, on the district highways over the next 2 years, should I say, not 20 years. But an additional 2.4 million as well has been added to that. So quite a lot of money to spend over the next 2 years. Schemes going on, safety schemes, resurfacing, TROs going on across all 21 wards. So highways are extremely busy at the moment. With that, I will move my report. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Morley, to what extent can planning committee members consider cost consequences when making decisions? The agenda pack for tomorrow's planning and highways meeting mentioned the Council's recent appeal decisions where costs were awarded against them due to unsubstantiated technical reason for the refusal. So this raised concern about potential judicial reviews and associated cost. As planning committee members engaging with the community, I was one myself for many years. It's crucial that they make decisions based on material planning considerations. However, the cost of defending an appeal is not a valid consideration. How will the portfolio holder ensure that tomorrow's decisions are legally sound and compliant with planning regulations? A judicial review on this issue will be very expensive. What measures can we make sure that planning committee members are aware of the relevant planning consideration and avoid considering irrelevant factors like cost? And I hope that Councillor Morley will give us an answer and give that guarantee, actually, that the decisions made tomorrow are in line with the requirement of legal policy and planning policy as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I will not comment and bind the hands of the planning committee as you would expect me to do. They are their own committee. It's not down to us to tell them how they should and should not vote and what considerations to take into consideration. It is all down there in the officer's report. So, Madam Mayor, I think from my point of view is the planning committee will always make their own decisions on the evidence that has been based and put before them at committee. That's the way I'll answer that question. I will not start taking into account costs or anything else.
Yeah, this is just a question that I've had from a lot of my constituents. They're wanting to know how it came about that we banned all the comments for objections for all planning, and then at the last cabinet meeting, the leader had to open up and U-turn on that and say, oh, actually, you know, I want people to know that I'm objecting to something if I'm going to object to something. So did officers make that decision and then you all had to scramble and backtrack, or did you actually make that decision and then you've seen the comments online and then backtracked on it again, or how did that come about? Thank you.
It's an officer's decision. It is an officer's decision, Nadia. Well, it's not unfortunate, it's true. The problem that we do have, and I've had it yesterday, a resident of mine has complained to me about some of the information that she has been named in a statement on the planning portal. That has to be deducted in one thing or another. We sometimes do make mistakes. So that's the reason why it was taken in the first place. So them comments of people's names, addresses sometimes do get missed. It was out on the planning portal. It's not very fair. But myself and the leader seen the strength of feeling across the district. Other councils do it. Don't have comments. But myself and the leader seen the strength of comment, and we decided to speak with officers and actually reverse that decision. You call it a U-turn, whatever. We've listened to what the public have said. That's what we're all about. That's what we're here for. So if you're thanking us for that, I'm really pleased you have thanked us for that.
There we go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, Matthew, on page 37, can I refer you to the paragraph keeping pedestrians safe and about the installation of new bollards in the towns and the city in support of legal restrictions already there. I have to say I welcome this because across our city centre and indeed on the edge in terms of where these deliveries can cause problems, as recent as this week, there was a delivery van parked below the traffic lights on bottom of Wood Street, half on and half off the pavement, while that said delivery made its work completed, irrespective of the nuisance it was causing to pedestrians' cars and in a dangerous position. So I welcome this, and I think in order to make this act, I want to see how this is going to be implemented in terms of monitoring through cameras, followed up by the appropriate fines as necessary. So I really do welcome that scheme across all areas that are blighted at the moment by these deliveries that have to be in and out and away, irrespective of what they cause, danger to pedestrians and the traffic. The second one, Matthew, is on page 39, safer parking outcomes. Can I, on behalf of our ward councillors, Margaret, Dave and I, who visited this scheme, send thanks to all those involved. This scheme up here has made a difference. The area outside the shops has had such improvement, and the marking on the roads as well is delivering safer travel across a very, very high demand area. And lastly, Matthew, on the same page 39, tackling hotspots in HMOs. From October, as we know, it's anticipated that legislation now in terms of planning requirement is needed in areas identified as specific hotspots. And this is in accordance with legal proceedings. I think as Wakefield members and probably across the district, but certainly around our patch, we have seen an enormous increase in the amount of applications for HMOs and indeed those that aren't classing themselves as a HMO, but are having what's called like AirBob, as they call it, shared accommodation. The latest planning application, I won't refer to in any detail, was even reminiscent of Dickensian ways, because the application referred to how many people were going to go into a said premises with one toilet and one bathroom to look after them. So I certainly want to commend how we're going to monitor this, and in the event of applications going in, which I'm sure there will, I'm hoping that they're going to be strictly monitored in terms of the information that's given out in them, so those near them and those involved, and particularly local members, will have the full picture of what is in the application detail in order for people to make their comments as known. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Rose, thank you for them comments. The bollards are going in across all our town city centres, upgrade. Unfortunately, the previous system is non-existent now. The software is not there, so that's why we've had to start upgrading them. I know members in Pontefract received complaints over the last year or so about them, Castleford, Ossett and Wakefield, so we are working our way right across all parts of the district where we have city centres and town centres. When it comes to actually cameras though, we don't have the powers of moving violations at the moment. It's something we will be looking to take on, so we won't put ANPR cameras up at the moment on that one. I welcome what she says obviously about the scheme on Bradford Road, and it does look a lot better there, someone who uses that area. And as for the house of multiple occupation, it is so, our life has changed since people buying houses, you know, 30 years ago. Airbnbs on the scene, house of multiple occupations. The housing market is changing so much these days. And HMOs are part of an housing solution in some respect, but they do bring quite a lot of issues with them in certain areas. So that's why we've taken the trial areas, we're going to see how we perform with them. And obviously it may be something that will open out further across the district, but they will be monitored and tackled as and when, Betty. So I do appreciate your comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick one. I don't know if it's happened in other areas, but it's definitely happened in the Ossett and Gawthorpe area in the last 12 to 18 months where the council have come down, laid a new road or a new path, and then 2 or 3 weeks later a different service, water, gas, have come down, dug it all up. The residents seem to know, but are the two different service departments not talking to each other?
I'd like to welcome our new Reform Councillor to the Chamber. Michael? Nick, should I say? I think our new Reform Councillor, now to welcome to the Chamber on that one. No, it's not a person, just welcome him as our new Reform Councillor. Don't see a problem with that. On the question with that, Madam Mayor, sometimes we don't. It could be emergency works. It could be emergency works that come in, Nick, on that one. So we don't always know. They don't always have to tell us when they're coming in as well. It's one that we do bang our heads against, but it'll always happen. You'll never get away with it. So that's the question, and nice to see you.
Can I like to reply to the comment about...
No. No. No more comments? Excuse me, Councillor Sharp, what do you mean by that? Councillor Sleen.
Yes, it's just a comment, Madam Mayor. I just want Matthew to pass on my thanks to the Highways team. I've been lately logging so much pothole complaints to them, but they have been brilliant in responding to me swiftly, whether that be Sugar Lane Cemetery or Agbrigg Road, and they've really responded in a timely manner. So just want you to pass on my regards. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great news about the 2.4 million funding boost. I think that's fantastic. Great that we've earmarked that work, funding for essential work. I just wanted to ask, will councillors be informed of the specific work that has been undertaken for that funding that we've gained, and how does that look in terms of the project and investment programme? Thank you.
The Highways Capital Programme is online. That is there for you to scrutinise and look at. So all our new work will be going on that. I always say, though, the wriggle room that we always leave some for emergent issues that may come forward that we don't know about at the moment. So we do leave some money to one side if we need it maybe during the year for, as I say, for emergent issues, that's all. But the majority is on the Council's highway page for the Capital Programme.
Comments. I'd like to thank Councillor Morley. The final Cabinet member report is that of the portfolio holder for resources. Councillor Pickersgill, can you please introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I'm mindful we've had quite a lot of agenda already and we've quite a lot of agenda ahead of us. Resources, effective as you're aware, is the sort of support services side of what we do as a council. I hate the term, I have to say, back office, because it implies that it isn't a contribution. But what I need to say is everybody that works in our service contributes to the work that the council do. I'm sure if we sort of switched on computers and they weren't working or people weren't being paid, we'd sort of notice it. So everybody is part of the team at the council, and it does sort of slightly great with me. We just talk about back office as if it's not important. I said I'd be brief. What I would like to highlight is this report on electoral services on page 43 and 3 specific things from it. First of all, the work that we do with schools. We have an outreach person working for electoral services who will do things like mock elections in schools so that young people understand that process. I think it's particularly part of the offer that we make when schools have made themselves available to be a polling station, but it's got a wider benefit as well. And if people wanting perhaps the school governors are thinking about sort of perhaps that being useful for their schools, please get in touch. The second is the annual canvass, which is about to go out, so get as many people onto the electoral register properly around it. The third and final thing to say is, because of the legal changes, if people got postal votes, it's a current postal vote, you're supposed to get it renewed by the end of January. We have sent them out to people, we've got some return, but it's not complete as yet, so if as many people can return as possible, we're grateful. I'd say mindful of times, I'll leave it there, Madam. No.
Councillor Sharp.
Hi, David. Welcome to your new portfolio. Co-pilot chap. Have we got the right people in place to deploy this? The reason why I say that is if you deploy an automated tool and it spits something out that isn't actually council policy, we're liable to get sued. So what safeguards are in place for that? Thank you.
I'm aware of two, I think it's stressing it's piloting at the moment. I'm aware of two. One is in legal services, which is specifically, I think, an enhancement of some of the things that, there's something which is accessed by the lawyers. It's something that lawyers' officers use and that sort of stuff to support them in terms of, and the other is a more general. I'll get you details about what they're doing from Emma Marshall, our Service Director.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You didn't raise it in your report, but it is in relation to other areas of your portfolio. A few months ago, I did ask your predecessor about the job changes with the soft facilities management team. Now, he didn't answer because there was a consultation going on at the time, but as far as I'm aware, that consultation's over now. And I did, back in March...
Councillor Williamson, can I just stop you there, please? Yeah. Property is now with the leader.
Since when?
Since annual council meeting.
Because we've dealt with the leaders, I think perhaps if we put some question in writing to the leader, I'm sure.
So these are jobs, but aren't these jobs under that?
Yeah, perhaps if you put your question in writing to the leader.
But isn't these are jobs? It's not property, is it?
It's not in this portfolio, sorry. Councillor Graham.
So, sorry, Madam. So what about the Robertsons contract? That's with the leader as well? Right, okay. I'll put them in writing.
I don't know if this is a point of order or not, so I'll take advice from Gillian. I was going to ask it in the next item, but I was aware that the leader had taken property out of the resources portfolio. Now, we can ask only questions to Denise that she raises in the chamber, but to all the cabinet members, we can ask anything we want under the item. It was just for clarification that, can we now ask Denise anything on property during her leader's report? Is that the case or not? Because if it isn't, I think that's a bit worrying.
Thank you. Madam Mayor said it would be easier for me to answer that than give her the information. At the moment, the council procedure rules still say that questions to the leader need to be on matters raised in her report. Only full council can change those rules. I'm sure it's something that the leader will ask us to have a look at.
Councillors, it is very warm. We have arranged a top-up of water in the antechamber shortly after 4 p.m. We will take a break then, a comfort break, when there will also be fresh tea and coffee available. Agenda item 8 is a report which asks Council to note the Leader's amendments to her executive arrangements for the 2025-2026 municipal year. Is the report moved? Is the report seconded? Are there any questions in relation to the report? Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, just one main question that everybody is probably thinking in this chamber, so I might as well stand up and ask it. Can Councillor Wilton please advise the chamber what critical experience he has to organise his portfolio that he's been given? Thank you.
This is questions on the leader's report.
No, I'm sorry, Councillor Sharp. This is questions on the report. Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? 3. This is carried. Agenda item 9 is a report which seeks approval for the preparation of a joint West Yorkshire mass transit spatial development framework. Is the report moved?
Move the report, Madam Mayor.
Is the report seconded?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Are there any questions in relation to this report? Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? This is carried. Agenda item 10 is to consider the recommendations of the Council's Independent Remuneration Panel following its review of members' allowances. Is this report moved?
Madam Mayor, Councillor Pickersgill is due to move the report, but he's just actually the chair momentarily. So I've not had sight of his recommendation, but I believe our understanding is we're moving it subject to not proposing any increase to councillors' allowances as set out in the paper. I'm sure Councillor Pickersgill can clarify any details to the chamber.
We'll just pause a moment then wait for it.
Yeah, but I think if we want to move on, I think we thank them for their deliberations, but we're recommending that we don't accept any of the recommendations at this time. It's not appropriate.
It needs to be formally moved and seconded, so we've got to wait for Councillor Pickersgill. No, because it won't be. The drinks won't be available yet. Yeah. Could you move your report, Councillor Pickersgill?
Right, my sincere apologies, Madam Mayor. Just been sat for a little while, considering a lot of fluid today. It's introducing the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel. First of all, I'd like to thank the panel members for their hard work and serious deliberations on the report. The panel's role is to provide an independent assessment of the responsibilities to attach to the different roles, compare us to neighbouring councils and to recommend changes to allowances. However, they are recommendations and council may not wish to adopt them. The controlling group has discussed this and, as the leader said earlier, believes that even a cost of living increase isn't appropriate this year when we're trying to implement such a tight budget across the rest of our services. So, although we're introducing the report, we understand the controlling group will be seeking to turn down the report as a whole, including, I think a question was moved to, including page 88, where the shrinkage of the opposition group was noted and there was a recommendation to halve the opposition leader's allowance. We're saying we're leaving the report, we're not adopting the report, we're not adopting the report as a whole, so that would be part of the things that we're not adopting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any questions in relation to the report? Councillor Sharp.
So just for clarity, sorry, the acoustics are so bad in this chamber. We are voting to decline every single recommendation in this report or accept it.
That's the proposal.
Okay, great, thanks.
Councillor Ahmed.
I think obviously it's an independent remuneration plan, and my understanding was that it was going to be accepted in its entirety. That was what the understanding was. Obviously, there's been a change, or that maybe that was incorrect information. I think given in this day and age, when not cost of living crisis in there, the things that I've raised in the past here in the council meeting is some councillors don't work. That's their choice. You know, I mean, they chose to come at this. They don't work, or they don't have employment, or they're retired. Whereas some people have got the luxury of the wealth to be able to carry out to be councillors. But the council meetings and procedures are willfully designed in a way where they favour those people. They're designed intentionally. So those people can come to the council meeting, which stops other people. So if you're rich, you can be a councillor, or if you've got an employer that's quite happy for you to just leave whenever you want and come to meetings that are 10 o'clock in the middle of the day or 1 o'clock, which don't fall on any side of the meeting. Have a meeting at 8 o'clock or have one at 4 o'clock. The council meeting itself is 2 o'clock. In terms of the considerations, the panel should also consider those. We've got working practices now where people can have, flexible leave, people work from home and do other things. Those are the things that should be considered within these reports as well, and the expansion of that remit should take place. I mean, you might be very comfortable with that, but I don't believe that's the right thing. Whether I'm a councillor or not, I'd still say that was wrong, or if I could afford to be one. So there is a couple of things that I think we should accept. If there's a decrease, I think we should accept the decreases within the report.
Pickersgill.
I appreciate the points that are made about timing. I think it would be a wider thing about the sort of culture of the council. I think there's a reasonable points made. I think they're outside the scope of this report, but I do understand why the points are being made.
So the proposal is not to accept the recommendations in the report, keep things as they are.
Yeah. So the proposal is that we keep things as they are. All in favour?
Madam Mayor, can I just, because I think it's a sensitive subject for people outside this chamber, could I request a recorded vote on this, please, if somebody's happy to second that?
You've got 5 members. So
5, it's a recorded vote.
Okay. So we'll take the recorded vote in the normal way. I'll read out the councillors' names, and if you could indicate whether you're voting for or against or you're abstaining. I do have a list of people who are absent, but I may miss somebody. So if somebody's absent, to keep the allowances scheme as it is and not to adopt no increase on anything. Is everybody clear? So, if I may, Councillor Pickersgill, the report and the recommendation on the council summons is to consider the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel, which makes certain recommendations. In moving the report, as I understand it, Councillor Pickersgill has proposed that you note the report but do not accept any increases. Am I correct, Councillor Pickersgill? So that's what we're voting on, to note the report but not accept any increases. And I have... You are voting... If you don't want to accept any increases, you are voting for. If you disagree and think there should either be an increase or a decrease, you're probably voting against. Are we clear? Don't want anybody voting the wrong way because they don't know what we're voting on. Okay. Councillor Eyre? For. Councillor Ayoub? For. Councillor Bates? For. Councillor Bryan? For. Councillor Byford? For. Councillor Craig? For. Councillor Farmer? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cummings? For. And Councillor Farmer, you voted for, yes? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Forster? For. Councillor Fraser? For. Councillor Girt? For. Councillor Graham? For. Councillor Harvey? For. Councillor Haslam? For. Councillor Hayes? She left. Just Councillor Hemingway? For. Councillor Heptonstall? For. Councillor Stewart Heptonstall? For. Councillor Hepworth? For. Councillor Isherwood? For. Councillor Jeffrey? For. Councillor Laura Jones? For. Councillor Keith not here. Councillor Khan? For. Councillor Law? For. Councillor Mayhew? For. Councillor Medford? For. Councillor Mitchell? For. Councillor Morley? For. Councillor Nichols? Andy Nichols? For. Councillor Deb Nichols? For. Councillor Page? For. Councillor Pickersgill? For. Councillor Pritchard? For. Councillor Rhodes? For. Councillor Roberts? For. Councillor Rowley? For. Councillor Saline? For. Councillor Sharp? For. Councillor Shaw? For. Councillor Smith? For. Councillor Spate? For. Councillor Swift? For. Councillor Tully? Councillor Tully not present. Yeah, when the vote's taken, he'll be marked as not present.
Again.
There are no proxy voting, thank you. Councillor Vickers? For. Councillor Walton? For. Councillor Williamson? For. Councillor Wilton? For. Madam Mayor, do you wish to vote? For. Councillor Tully's not reappeared, so unfortunately we will have to mark him as absent. I believe that was unanimously carried. Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 11 is to receive the Audit Committee Annual Report 2024-25. Is the report moved?
The report is moved, Madam Mayor, but in doing so, I just want to say I'm mindful of a busy agenda today. However, I think it's important to say that you can see from the report that a great number of topics have been considered by the committee and they are being fully debated and challenged. And I would like to thank all members of committee from all parties and independents for their contributions and also officers for their support. And with that, I move the report.
Is this report seconded? Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? 2. That is carried. Agenda item 12 is to receive the Overview and Scrutiny Annual Report 2024-25. Is this report moved?
I'd like to move it, Madam Mayor. I'd like to propose the acceptance of this year's annual report 2024-2025 from Overview and Scrutiny. In addition, I would like to say there are a number of things that I need to say to allow a better understanding of the Overview and Scrutiny system for the benefit of residents in the district. The Overview and Scrutiny system in Wakefield consists of Adult Services, Health and Communities, chaired by Councillor Rhodes, Children and Young People, chaired by Councillor Foster, Corporate Resources, chaired by Councillor Metford, and Regeneration and Economic Growth, chaired by myself. What is Overview and Scrutiny? Overview and Scrutiny is an important function in supporting the Council governance. Scrutiny committees are made up from a variety of political backgrounds, with co-opted members appointed from the local community. Scrutiny aims to ensure that the public services and policies best meet the needs of the residents of the district. Others include monitoring council performance to help drive improvement, contributing to policy review and development and making recommendations, investigating issues of local concerns and representing the voice of the service users. Overview and scrutiny has a specific, if I can get it out, powers to scrutinise and to hold account the NHS as part of the health scrutiny arrangement. The overview and scrutiny year includes committee meetings, reports from various services, reports to the Cabinet budget and many more pieces of work to support the system that runs Wakefield Metropolitan District Council. I would hope that any interested residents of the district who will read the report or listen to a brief description I have made, take the plunge and apply for a post on one of these committees. None of the above can be carried out without the help from senior officers and their staff who provide an excellent support to all committees. Can I take this opportunity to thank all concerned for providing this council meeting with the annual report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is this report seconded? Seconded, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Are there any questions in relation to the report? Any comments? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? This is carried. Agenda item...
Can we turn the microphone off?
Can you turn the microphone off, please? Thank you. Agenda item 13 is questions on notice, details of which are set out in the council agenda. The first of the questions received is from Councillor Gert. Councillor Wilton, would you please reply to the question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I hope I can read this due to my young age. Costs have increased because we have a new kennelling contract in place, effective of December 2023. Therefore, new increased costs for kennelling will be reflective in the 24 to 25 data. We've also seen an increase in dog owners who have been able to pay for the release of the dogs from the kennels, or may have been too ill for them to recover the dog and continue the vet treatment. So unfortunately, they have had to be euthanised. This may have also contributed to the escalating costs to the council, as we will have paid for the kennelling until the dogs were euthanised. The dog wardens who I met a couple of weeks ago now are working very hard to reunite dogs with their owners before taking them to the kennels, and with a small team of only 3 officers, this is their priority. We also need to consider the new legislation regarding the XL bullies when we're rehoming the dogs. And dogs being euthanised, as 9 of the 44 dogs euthanised in 24 to 25 were XL bullies. We need to take into external factors such as the cost of living crisis and the fact that a lot of people are not taking ownership of dogs due to cost of living pressures and austerity. So there are a lot of stray dogs around. With regard to rehoming the dogs, after the 7-day kennelling period, if a dog is unclaimed and is fit and well, it will go predominantly to Cliff Kennels Rescue. At this point is when the responsibility of the dog transfers from the council to the kennel, and with every effort, it will be made to rehome the dog. If it is a niche breed, then a rescue facility may be used only as a last resort. If the dog cannot be rehomed or is too ill, it would then sadly be euthanised. Councillor Gatt, I'm happy to write to you regarding who is best to speak to in my portfolio for more information and supply you with all the FOIs you ask. Also, I'm happy to meet with yourselves and the relevant officers if you want to discuss it in more detail.
Council procedure rules entitle the questioner to one supplementary question, but it must arise directly out of the original question posed or the reply given.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Very briefly, I'm going to explain the reason why I brought this forward, very briefly, because otherwise my question won't make any sense. So, November 2023, I started volunteering with a charity that transports dogs from pounds to rehoming centres. which is a national charity. So I travel up and down the country moving the dogs. And as I'm sure everybody can appreciate, it's very, very stressful for the dogs. And I think I'm trying to raise awareness by bringing this forward. And I think there is more that the council can do. Because a good part of the reason why the dogs aren't reclaimed is because when people move, they don't update the chip. So then the owner can't be traced. And when these pounds, the 7 days is up and they have to be fined, you have what's called pound pullers, goes in, identifies the dog that needs moving, and then finds a place, or hopefully finds a place for it in a rehoming centre, which could be the opposite end of the country. So there's been cases where I've been involved in.
Councillor Gert, is there a question coming,
yeah, it's
please?
coming. There's been like 5 transporters, and they're going all the way across the country. People need to be aware of that. So my questions here, and I appreciate the XL bullies. I've moved XL bullies across the border, but that's a different subject. What can we do as a council to raise awareness? And I do think only having 3 dog wardens for the size of our district isn't enough. So is there anything you can do to improve that? Thank you.
The Chair, Councillor Gert, again, as I say, I'm happy to meet with you, and I think there is some work we can do there. I think there's an opportunity, perhaps not just in the service, but itself with our comms team about how we can get that message out more. So if I send you an email with that other information you requested, and we'll set something up where I think it'd be good for us to have a conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. The second of the questions received is from Councillor Harvey. I understand that it has been confirmed that the question relates to planning change of use. Councillor Morley, would you please reply to the question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Harvey, for the question. From my point of view, from my portfolio, in terms of our role as a local planning authority and the officers I work with, we received a report of alleged takeaway operating from Cedar Court Hotel. The following evening, we sent a planning enforcement officer on site to investigate. On arrival, he found that the use had ceased and there was no breach of planning control. When we liaised with the Home Office after the site visit, who also confirmed that the use had ceased, and so we closed our planning enforcement investigation, I want to make it crystal clear that there was no breach of planning control was established and the matter was resolved amicably without any need for any formal enforcement action.
Council procedure rules entitle the questioner to one supplementary question, but it must arise directly out of the original question posed or the reply given. Councillor Harvey, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Councillor Morley, to address that matter. But to me, it is not good enough. You could not have a business operation in a location that's not supposed to be, and suddenly got found out and got onto social media. Straight away, they close it down. And who is responsible for that mistake or for that misoperation on that location? So you did not answer my question whether you will be to pursue the owner of the location. Number 2, can the council explain to the resident of Wakefield rural ward why they actually allowed this to happen? So those questions need to be answered. It's just not good enough to say we run off, close it down, that's it, the end of story. What happened then? We need to know why you let them under your watch for so long.
Councillor Harvey, can I just ask you, you asked a couple of questions there. Which question would you like Councillor Morley to answer, please? Just one of your supplements.
Just want to have a review why the council allowed this to happen in the first place. Yeah.
Councillor Harvey, there's thousands upon thousands of businesses operating in this district. We cannot keep an eye on every single one of them, looking to see what every single one of them, as soon as a notification came, that work was there, it shouldn't be happening. We investigated, the work had ceased. So there's nothing more that we can do from there. There's no legislation to go chasing after people or anything like that. I'm using very straight language to talk to you. The case has ceased now. We can only act on when information comes to us, and we did do on this occasion.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. At this point, we will take a 10-minute comfort break. Thank you.
To leave the council chamber. Party.
Please be seated. The final agenda item is to deal with any motions proposed by members. There are 7 motions to be discussed today. Colleagues, this meeting has now been running for a long time. I understand that these are important matters and people will wish to speak. But we need to make sure that we deal with each motion and amendments efficiently. I will intervene if I think speeches are going off track or are covering a ground already debated. No speeches, including the moving and seconding of the motion, may exceed 5 minutes. A member may speak only once on each motion and once on each amendment. Otherwise, members can only speak to raise a point of order through me or as a point of personal explanation. We will take motion A. This is the first on the grooming and national audit. Councillor Hemingway, would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to move a very important motion, I think perhaps the most important since I entered this chamber. The victims of grooming gangs have been failed by the British state at national and local levels. Successive governments have failed to grasp this issue. Local authorities cannot hide from this or turn away because it's too difficult. I know others in this chamber have raised the issue repeatedly with officers in recent years. We've been reassured that Wakefield is not in the same position as Rotherham was or other towns in the spotlight at the moment. We have high-performing children's services, strong multi-agency working, community relations are good. But there is no excuse for complacency. There never can be when it comes to looking after our children. One case is one case too many. We must act in line with the latest evidence and practice. We are all corporate parents. That's why I believe we must implement in full the recommendations for local action set out in Baroness Casey's audit. These recommendations include strengthening cross-working between public agencies, ensuring we embed survivor-informed approaches into local safeguarding and commissioning arrangements, and yes, they include provisions relating to taxis and private hire. It is not my intention to single out any groups today. CSE is a vile crime perpetrated by offenders of all backgrounds. But we cannot deny or cherry-pick the facts and conclusions of the expert audit by Baroness Casey, who devotes an entire chapter of their report to taxi and private hire recommendations. We cannot be squeamish about talking about this issue. Objective truth matters. I want to be clear that the overwhelming majority of our taxi drivers are law-abiding citizens performing a valued public service. But who could object to taking these measures if it helps even a single young person? Closing loopholes and improving safeguards is not only safer for the travelling public, but also protects the trade. We must have these difficult conversations. As public authorities, we must go where the evidence leads, regardless of political expediency. In Chapter 4, page 84 of Casey's report, she considers the ethnicity of CSE offenders in the West Yorkshire police area over a 4-year period. And I quote her statistics, that 35% of offenders were Asian and 34% white, with lesser figures for various other ethnicities. Whether grooming gangs are Asian, white or black, they must be broken up and destroyed. Offenders must be held to justice and victims must be safeguarded. Clearly, all communities need to take this issue seriously. This is not a problem that can be ignored or dismissed or wait for others who come after us. Professor Jane, in a landmark report a few years ago, said this in her recommendations for change. Information must be acted upon and proper investigation take place, regardless of cultural, religious, educational or societal norms and beliefs. There should be no exceptions to this requirement. Council, there can be no exceptions to this requirement. Public authorities must take heed of this significant new national audit and upcoming inquiry and take appropriate action. Colleagues, there is no politics in this motion, and I hope we will have cross-party support for these important measures. Let's agree these actions unanimously and make sure we do whatever is needed to keep our children safe. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hemingway. Is the motion seconded? Thank you, Councillor Isherwood. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a profoundly serious and deeply distressing issue. Child sexual exploitation and the lessons we must learn from the recent Baroness Casey inquiry. Child sexual exploitation involves situations where children and young people are manipulated, coerced or forced into sexual activity. The report from a Professor Alexis J. into CSE in Rotherham in 2014 revealed that around 1,400 children were subjected to CSE during those years, 1997 to 2013. Many of them young girls, some as young as 11. CSE is a horrific abuse of power and trust, leaving lifelong scars on its victims. No community, no institution, and no family is immune from this crime. And it is a crime, one of the most serious crimes there is. Tragically, as highlighted both in the J report and the Casey inquiry, systems have sometimes failed to protect the very children they were meant to safeguard. Agencies, including the police and local councils, had clear evidence of exploitation, but failed to act robustly. The Baroness Casey inquiry was a stark reminder of the failures, and as in the Professor J report, Baroness Casey found that victims were too often disbelieved, blamed or dismissed. Their voices were not heard or listened to. The inquiry laid bare a culture where the seriousness of sexual exploitation was underestimated and where victims were let down by those sworn to protect them. But the inquiry was not merely an indictment, it was also a blueprint for change, and Baroness Casey made several key recommendations as outlined in the motion. But these recommendations must not sit on a shelf gathering dust. We must build systems that put children's safety and well-being at the very centre of policing and social care. The children's services within this council have improved tremendously over the past few years, being rated good with outstanding elements, thanks to the hard work and dedication of people who work within them. But we cannot be complacent. Behind every statistic is a child who deserves to be heard, to be protected and given hope for the future. The conclusions from the national audit carried out by Baroness Casey highlight the institutional failures that have allowed perpetrators to walk free and prevent children from receiving the protection and justice that they deserve. Safeguarding our children should be and must be our #1 priority. And that, Madam Mayor, is why I am supporting this motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Isherwood. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sharp, can you go to your seat, please?
This is a picture of Councillor Hemingway and Councillor Margaret Isherwood, taken in October 2019. The circled person was an ex-councillor in this chamber called Councillor Alex Keir, who was convicted of having relations with a child under 13. Now, the sole premise of this motion is around taxi
Councillor
licensing.
Sharp, this is no reference to the motion.
It is, I'm just about to get into it. So, the whole premise of this motion is we're condemning one profession to do with taxi licensing, where there was 197 pages in Baroness Casey's report. I completely condemn CSE. I was a police officer for nearly 6 years. I put child groomers, sex offenders in prison. Nobody is more qualified to talk about the impacts of this and victims than me in this chamber. I have seen it firsthand. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to condemn a whole profession for something that happened outside of this district and use it in a personal motion to vilify those individuals that have done nothing wrong. We have a very professional taxi workforce in our district. The vast majority of the drivers that are taken to court is because they've got several points on their licence, not because they're involved in grooming gangs or CSE. If you want to write a motion that protects children, it has to be around every single profession, not just the taxi trade, of which we currently have the most stringent taxi licensing laws probably that I've ever heard of, especially in this country, let alone the whole of the nation. We don't have provisions to protect ourselves from when councillors commit offences, but we need to legislate inside this council to scrutinise and vilify the taxi profession, which are, let's be honest, Madam Mayor, are predominantly Muslim men, Pakistani, Asian Muslim men. Secondly, it is very hypocritical to move a motion around licensing and a driving profession within licensing when you don't even carry a driving licence yourself, Jack. You have no concept of what it is to be a professional driver. He's got no concept of what it is to take a professional test.
That's
around
a personal
driving.
comment, Councillor Sharp.
Okay, if it's a personal comment, it's still the truth. So, to move a motion around taxis and taxi drivers and correlate that with child sexual exploitation is completely out of kilter with what we do. Need strong taxi licensing, but we've already got that. We already have the most stringent rules. This motion has literally, it's race baiting. It's trying to appeal to the masses because they know they're going to lose the next election. They know half of them are going to go. So that you're trying to appeal to a group of people, a very marginal group of people, and one that, you know, one of their cabinet members ended up leaving because he used the excuse of this around that. But no, it's not. It's true.
Can we just keep the personal comments out, please?
So with that, I won't be voting for this motion as it is. It needs to include all professions. We have people in all professions that do heinous crimes, and we should condemn them all, not just taxi drivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ahmed.
Councillor Hemingway needs to address some errors within the motion. And if they're not errors, then it means there's fundamental flaws within the council's systems of safeguarding and licensing of taxi drivers. So page 3, item 1, introducing or tightening enforcement of enhanced DBS checks. If that's not taking place, that means are you trying to tell us in this council chamber today there's taxi drivers who don't have an enhanced DBS disclosure? So that's what you're saying in there. The other one is mandatory safeguarding training. Are taxi drivers not having mandatory safeguarding training? So if they're not, then that says there's a breach in the licensing procedures in Wakefield Council. So we need to refer that to whoever it is. And the worst one out of the lot of it is, the worst one, and this is, you know, I mean, I can agree with you on this is, and I will, you know, review and strengthen the appropriate local data sharing protocols between children's services, licensing teams and police. There's about 4 or 5 educators in this council chamber, and you should know this. That's a statutory duty on Wakefield Council since Climbe. So is Wakefield Council not doing that as well? So are we're not sharing that data. Forget strengthening it. That means that there's a fundamental breach of the safeguarding procedures of Wakefield Council if we're not doing that, because that's been around since then. So what we need to do is refer ourselves to Ofsted and re-examine the safeguarding procedures of Wakefield Council if that is correct. Right? That's not coming to the motion. I think I have to address those points in there because you did it. I didn't want to amend this motion because I didn't want to make it political. And that's the reason on there. That is a serious issue in there. Now, either the motion's written incorrectly and those things are being done in Wakefield Council and it's written incorrectly, then it needs to be changed because that is seriously sending out the wrong message to people. I'm just saying the people who listen to this or report on this, are they going to assume that the taxi driver in their car does not have an enhanced DBS when you know they do? The same enhanced DBS disclosure is the highest disclosure that anyone can have in teaching. It's the highest one. Anyone in here who's in that profession, it's just, we need, you can even answer them now. I'll sit down and I'll carry on speaking because that's, for me, that's the biggest flaw here in this motion.
You get it right.
No. Yeah, that's where you answer that.
I think it's quite late. I don't know why it's been raised to the council chamber in here. You're probably asking me why I didn't raise it. I'm on record of speaking on this on national media and local media as well. And in my own professional life, I've raised this. That's just a matter of fact. I raised it. I believe that the law applies equally to everyone in this country, and anybody committing a crime, no matter who they are, what they are, has to be treated equally, whether that be someone from the royal family all the way to someone like me or anybody else in the position. Anybody who commits a crime in this country is believed to be equal before the law, and that's a fundamental question on there. Baroness Casey was 2023. We've had significant other reports from that, and I believe that the British political system, national political system, has failed the children of this country that have been involved with this. And we're saying, oh, there's this case, there's that many cases. I believe that the actual numbers of cases are much more than have been reported. And what we'll find is that the victims actually will be from different ethnic minority groups where they will be ashamed of coming out. And they should not have that shame. It should be the people who carried out those actions should have that shame. And that's what I've said that as well, and I'm not going to backtrack from that. So there'll be loads of young people, and it's been proven over time that a child can block a memory of something of that extreme, and it will take a trigger in adulthood for that memory to come back. So they could actually physically write that memory out of there. There'll be people that might be listening to this or might read this in the Wakefield Express. We need to say to them, you need to come forward because you have there's no reason for you to have shame. And I'm hoping that's what the motion does in there. But we have to remember, and I'm going to say this about the Conservatives and Labour, it's taken a long time for both parties. You know that your parties U-turned recently on this, and they've allowed the inquiry on there. But we can't just keep having endless inquiries and expensive inquiries when I think the solution is simple. We ask people to step forward and give them the protection, and we allow the investigating authorities to do their job without fear of in there. I do believe that this has been focused around taxi drivers, and I think that is, in my opinion, that's wrong. There is other things you've mentioned in there, point 4, which I agree with you about. And when I say I will, because that's why I stood up today, and I've written it because I wanted it to be right. Sometimes I'll just speak because it's a matter close to my heart here, as an educator, as a person, a family member, etc. It's important that we take the right message away from this council meeting. Are all the councillors in this council chamber safeguarding trained? Are we asking taxi drivers to deliver, it's a level 1 training, let's be honest, you know what I mean, it's probably one that my 7-year-old could say, right? You know, let's improve our own training. Let's improve our own, let's train all councillors. Are all councillors enhanced, are you all enhanced DBS checked? No, you're not, only the council, and you can ask legally, the procedures in there, you know this, let's sort ourselves out. I'm enhanced DBS checked, I'm DSL level 3, okay? So that's nothing to do with this job. You're asking, you're focusing on taxi drivers, put councillors in there, all of you should get the training. If I don't have it, anybody, I'm not...
Councillor Ahmed, you've gone over your time.
Well,
Thank you.
Jack, it needs answering.
Councillor Pickersgill.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 points of information around it. I mean, so I think Councillor Sharp was saying no one has. The position is that I believe all councillors have a basic DBS check, and anyone who, I think it probably council members and anyone in things like children's scrutiny and...
Can you speak to the motion, Councillor Pickersgill?
I believe that the enhanced group are people like children's scrutiny, corporate parenting, etc.
It still needs to be to
so
the motion.
It's a split level, but everyone has at least a basic level.
Sponsoring, you're talking to Councillor Ahmed, you need to be responding to the motion.
It was a point of information into what was raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to remind this council that back in January, 29th of January this year, I asked the portfolio holder council issued, was there any historical CSE cases in this council? And whether we are aware of any historical or ongoing cases. The answer I've got, I will be able to speak later on. No, we don't have many. So I want to know how are we going to think about this comprehensive investigation started from the wrong attitude, denial, or ignorance, completely. She does not know what's going on. Suddenly, she's going to second the motion. She's going to
Councillor
try to...
Can I ask you to speak about the motion and not to about Councillor Isherwood?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that we don't want to put the cart in front of the horse. We don't want to make a feel of a witch hunt. We need to know what has happened instead of trying to victimize a certain industry who actually do work for our community. We need to know what's going on to start off with.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will vote in favour of this motion, but I just want to pick up on a few points. Somebody about the DBS checks. I don't think as a rule councillors get a DBS check because
Councillor Williamson, can I just remind you, that is not in the motion.
But it's leading on from the discussion, Madam Mayor. Right, so I'll slightly reword it. We are aiming this motion directly at taxi drivers, but if we look through the past, there's been a lot of issues, particularly around politicians with the Westminster sex rings and stuff like that, which I think is really serious for child sexual exploitation. So I think as a matter of principle, us as politicians should go through regular DBS checks and stuff in this council if we're asking taxi drivers to, like, if we're trying to put, you know, taxi drivers through a rigorous process. And I know for a matter of fact that when I was first elected and went through the induction, we were told to sign forms for the DBS checks and things like that, and you could tick a box for it to come straight to the council, which I never ticked because I wanted to see if it come, and nothing ever came to my house. So by that logic...
Can you speak on the motion, please?
Well, I am, but... it's ridiculous. But I think we should be... I think this sort of investigation inquiry we're going to be doing, I think an investigation should start from the very top. I think there's still serious question marks around like Prince Andrew and his involvement with the Epstein sort of circles and stuff. And I don't think anybody should be...
that is not what the motion's about, Councillor Williamson.
Well, it's about child sexual exploitation, Madam Mayor. Right, I'll leave it there because you're probably going to keep interrupting, but I think I've made my points clear. I'd like for us at some point to have regular DBS checks for all of us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've read the motion and I've listened to the debate so far. I couldn't make my mind up, and I still haven't made my mind up what I'm going to do, but I've got some concerns. You know, because now I'm an independent councillor, I can think for myself and I can decide for myself what I'm going to do. I don't know if the Labour group's being whipped to vote on this. I don't really care. But it would be novel if they debated it before that. But I am concerned about why this motion's being brought forward, the timing of it. I've heard comments that, you know, maybe certain people want to tack to the right, but it does seem, listening to especially Councillor Ahmed and Sharp, that a certain group of people are being targeted in this, you know, and obviously that would lead to a certain race of people. And this is right-wing stuff to me, you know. It's that element of it. Yes, I would like to support the motion and an investigation, and I understand what Councillor Williamson was saying, that, you know, I think Jack himself said it should be wide-ranging wherever it leads, but we know from experience areas that sometimes lead to it doesn't get that far, does it? And it could be called a right royal cock-up. So I'm still not sure whether to support it, but I don't like this element of targeting certain people and certain races. And so if anybody else got anything to say to persuade me why I should support this motion, I will do, but it just seems to have an element of right-wing extremism to it when you target other people, and I don't like it for that reason. So I'll reserve judgment until the debate's finished. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bates. Councillor Vickers.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Baroness Casey's report is what's generated this motion, I'm sure. And I'm sure if you read the report, a lot of it does specify particular modes of employment. However, I'd just like to ask members, if I'm allowed, how many members here think that a DBS check says DBS in here?
We can't ask that question, Councillor Vickers. You're either supporting the motion or not.
I'll rephrase it then to the motion. The motion asks enforcement of enhanced DBS checks. Are members aware that a DBS check does not include all criminal offences? It depends entirely what police force it comes from and what they decide to put on. So it's not a definitive check. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, the findings of Baroness Casey's national audit highlight serious and long-standing failures in the protection of children from group-based exploitation. It is deeply concerning that victims were often among the most vulnerable, including children in care and those with disabilities, and that in many cases, Madam Mayor, warning signs were missed or not acted upon. The report makes clear that safeguarding is not just the responsibility of one agency, but a collective duty across all public bodies, and that includes us as local councillors. We all have a responsibility to ensure that systems and policies in place locally are as strong and joined up as what they need to be. This motion, I believe, reflects the seriousness of the responsibility. It commits us to reviewing and strengthening local practice in line with national recommendations, and to doing so with transparency and urgency. While council services have been recognised as high-performing, there is no place for complacency when it comes to safeguarding the public, especially children. Madam Mayor, I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Any more? Councillor Gert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be very, very brief. Initially, when I come in here, I thought this is no-brainer. I'm going to support this. No, I've sat here and listened to the debate, and I'm now a bit confused, and it does feel like we're targeting one profession. I'm not going to say one ethnicity because I don't believe it's really got out to do with that. I think perverts, which is what they are, don't really care what their fellow pervert colour is. That, you know, that they will all band together. But we do now seem to be targeting one profession, and I'm a bit confused as to why we're doing that. I must admit I haven't read Baroness's report. Does she single out taxi drivers? I don't know. So maybe, Jack, if you could explain that in your...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just listened to what everybody said in this council, and I thought it was a no-brainer as well. But Councillor Gertz put it clearly and precisely. We seem to be targeting a particular group. I can't support that unless I get complete clarification of what that is, because there are certain groups. The issue I've got is that the can just gets kicked down the road so many times. You had the J report, now with the Casey report. Does actually anybody actually do anything? That's the issue I've got. True. You are. And that's the problem. That's consecutive governments, whatever you want. You can blame whoever you want. It's not just the perpetrators, the people who hide behind and just turn a blind eye to it all. So the issues that have been brought up, Councillor Amber brought up, Councillor Gertzborough, I actually can't support that motion on the fact is that it seems to be targeting one particular group. Unless I get clarification on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Harvey, you've already asked a question.
Yeah,
you can't ask another. No, sorry.
Why we just let Jax to fold and then go on to the next one? There is one more motion on the exactly same subject. So he could withdraw that one, and then let's move on to the one I propose. What's wrong with that? Because certainly we don't believe this is a...
Yeah, okay, we've noted. Anybody else? Right. Councillor Hemingway, you have the right of reply if you wish. In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for what I think has been a reasoned and thoughtful debate with the exception of one contribution, which I'll come on to in a second. For me, the absolute principal reason why there are specific resolutions on taxes and private hire in this report is because there is an entire chapter in Baroness Casey's audit on the role of taxes and private hire within grooming gangs. Now, I made very clear in my remarks that that is an incredibly small minority, and we're not tarring everybody with that brush. But the issue here is we have local powers relating to taxes. We don't have local powers in relation to all the groups involved in grooming gangs. So that's why there are 2 out of the 4 resolution points in relation to taxes, because firstly, it is a full chapter of her report. Secondly, we have local powers to do something about that. I want to come on to Councillor Ahmed's questions because I think it's a fair challenge for me. The way the motion is worded, and it has been accepted by the Chief Legal Officer, is about tightening up loopholes and ensuring we don't miss anything. That's why I've used the word review and tighten. Now, you can review and tighten something you're already doing, and we are already doing much of that. But I don't want a single stone to go unturned when we're looking at this incredibly serious issue. To come on to Councillor Sharp's point, I have to say, Councillor Sharp, your contribution is incredibly disappointing. You've sort of made the point which I was trying to make, that people are scared to talk about this incredibly important and serious issue because they get accused of race baiting or they get accused of somehow discriminating against specific groups. We have to talk about this issue. We've not talked about it for years. We've let it go in the background. We've let the far right talk about it. We have to reclaim this issue as moderate politicians representing our communities to make sure it's dealt with so it isn't dealt with by the far right on the streets. And that's what this motion is about. It's not race baiting. It's about having a grown-up adult conversation as a council about taking action on this issue. So I hope colleagues will support the resolution. I hope I've explained the motivations for it and clarified the points that members raised. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hemingway. We will now move to the vote. Please show all those in favour of the motion. All those against? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. We will now consider motion B on the agenda. Councillor Ahmed, would you please move your motion to council?
I think this motion does actually link with the previous one about where we've just identified fundamental gaps in training of elected councillors, especially when some councillors who are not even aware of what an enhanced DBS is. One councillor here doesn't even know what an enhanced DBS is, which is, well, if he looked at the section 11, he'd know that it's the police inform of arrests, even without charge. He needs training. I'm willing to pay for his training. So in the Wakefield district, we require private hire drivers to pass assessments in literacy, numeracy and local area knowledge. These requirements are not arbitrary. They apparently exist to ensure safety, effective communication and a professional standard of service. None of them standards, they're the same standards I think elected members should have as well. All councillors here in this council chamber are public servants. We are elected not to lead but set an example. We expect residents, such as private hire drivers, to meet minimum expectations of communication, understanding of judgment. And that's the same expectations we should hold to ourselves as well, or if not, higher expectations. This motion is very, very simple, proposes a simple but powerful idea that councillors, sitting councillors, voluntarily undertake the same basic assessments required of private hire drivers, which is literacy, numeracy and local knowledge. These are not unreasonable expectations, but they're tools to use daily in serving our constituents. Simple. So by completing these assessments, us councillors can demonstrate that we hold ourselves accountable to the same standards we expect other people and other residents of our district to follow. So, as every councillor knows here, and many of you have got different roles in the council, where each of us contributes to decision-making on budgets, licensing and planning. And other critical committees, whether it's education, health, and they require us to have a basic sense of literacy, knowledge of Wakefield, with the knowledge test includes Pinderfields Hospital, etc., what are the Wakefield district known for, other things in there, which are all requirements. And I don't think it's an unreasonable request because the entry level 3 actually equates to, if we use children ages, equates roughly to SATs. That's what it equates to. It doesn't even enter key stage 3 actually. It's with the beginning of, say, year 7. So it's 11 or 12-year-old would be expected to have those expectations. It's not even level 1, which would be probably put you on a year 9 student, 13 or a 14-year-old. And if there are those people who oppose this motion today, I would like them to ask, why are they holding a profession to higher standards than they're willing to hold themselves? And I don't think it's about pass or fail on the test. It's about continuous improvement. Every single person here is on their own journey of learning or whatever discovery that they're doing. And I think it's about sending a message to the public there that we're willing to put our on the line and say to people, we expect you, a taxi driver that's driving around in the district, when most of the stuff's done on Google now, Google Maps, etc., but we expect you to do these tests. We advise people in the district. We make decisions that cost people thousands or make people thousands in planning, licensing, in health, all these things. So we should hold ourselves to the same standards. And in case anyone's thinking I'm being a hypocrite, I've done all the tests and passed them. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Is this motion seconded? Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later? Sorry, I didn't catch that later. Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think quite simply, councillors have access to training which they can enrol on and complete. And I know many of my colleagues sat behind me do this quite regularly and have taken part in several sessions supported by officers. It's also important to mention that this would cost the council just shy of £2,000 to put everyone through what Councillor Ahmed is suggesting. When it comes to Wakefield-specific knowledge, I don't know how the parties opposite conduct their candidate interviews, but we can all certainly confirm that there are Wakefield-specific questions to council candidates, as well as local government-specific questions on this side of the chamber. I have to make the point that local authorities have strict tests and checks in place for private hire taxis because at the end of the day, nothing matters more than the safety of the passengers in the car. I think what disappoints me the most is that Councillor Ahmed, your group is more interested in the age of people at this side of the chamber rather than actually the issues we're discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order there.
And that is a personal comment.
Yeah. What was his relevance to the car? I know you had it written down for him. You know, did you increase the font or something? You know, right. If he wants to make personal comments, I'll show him what personal comments are. You know, I'm more educated than you.
No, that's another personal comment. Yeah. Right. Can we sit down now, please, and think what we're saying? Thank you. Councillor Gert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I take Daniel's point about the cost, but I don't think cost should really come into it if it improves how we represent our members. And I do think that councillors should have basic numeracy and literacy skills. I've had emails from other members where I've had to read it 6 or 7 times before I can even make sense of it, and we shouldn't have to do that. I know when I was at school, if I wrote a piece, an essay or whatever, and the teacher couldn't understand it, she just put a red line straight through it. You know, if she couldn't read my handwriting, because we did handwriting back then, red line straight through it. So I do think that, yeah, we should have basic standards, and we shouldn't exclude anybody who might be struggling. So to give them a bit of training to get up to that standard, I don't really see it. The only issue where I have with this is I've got quite a good knowledge of my ward. Go outside of my ward and it's a bit sketchy. So, you know, you'd have to train me quite a lot. You know, there's certain areas where I've heard of them. I don't know where they are. You know, so it's about, now if you was in the cabinet, I would expect you to know every last street, basically. But for a normal councillor, I'm not so sure. And to answer the question about how other parties elect the candidates, for Liberal Democrats, it's go on, stand for us, go on, stand for us, go on, stand for us, until you say yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not going to be supporting the motion. Personally, I think anybody out there should be able to represent the community, and there's some, you know, great people out there. I think of people with like learning disabilities, or, you know, you should be able to represent your community regardless of how intelligent you are. I think that leads us down a very worrying path. I am sort of, I mean, personally, I'm happy to take the test and publish the results. I'm confident I can pass it, but I will be against it as a rule of thumb. I think I am sort of concerned, though, that in the first motion we mentioned taxi drivers, and taxi drivers again, it does make me think, well, taxi drivers have to go through a lot, and I understand why in terms of safety of people, but we have lots and lots of council staff who are in contact with the public. Do they all have to do the same things that taxi drivers have to do? I'd like to know that, because it's screaming that it's not fair to me, and I'd like to look into that a little bit more. But on the whole, taking the motion as a whole, I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Spate.
Thank you. I recognise that these are very important skills that you're talking about. And actually, when you become a Labour councillor anyway, you do have to go through quite a rigorous selection. I remember one year, despite I am educated, I've got 3 degrees and a teaching qualification, but I remember one year I had to put together a portfolio that demonstrated most of those skills. So I think we do have some rigour in the selection. But as Councillor Graham points out as well, that some of the most intelligent people I know haven't got any qualifications whatsoever, but they could do a councillor's job. They've got things like empathy, good communication skills, lots of skills that are really important to that. And what bothers me most about this is does it stop? So we have to match our skill requirements with those of taxi drivers. What about the standards that we set for foster carers? Do we have to meet those as well? What about the standards that we set for volunteers that work across the council? Do we have to meet those as well? It's flawed, is this? I'm sorry, but I can't vote for something that's so openly flawed. In fact, it's risible. R-I-S-I-B-L-E.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, we're talking a couple of simple tests. I mean, I think if we're willing to put it on taxi drivers, all of us should be willing to take it. I do think, though, people have commented on the rigorous process of the Labour Party selection process. Now, I did used to run them for a little bit, and there were no tests like that. You filled in a couple of forms, you got asked a few questions, so let's not try and over-egg what the Labour Party selection process is.
Councillor Morley.
It seemed we've moved on to be about education and your qualifications in this chamber. I can guarantee you that every single one of you in this chamber is more qualified, more educated than what I am, Madam Mayor. Through my upbringing on the travelling fairgrounds of West Yorkshire, I went to school during the summer. But I'm no better than you, and you're no better than me. Being a councillor has been about committed to your communities. It's also about common sense and doing what you do in your communities. It's not about your education. I know plenty of educated people. Sometimes they can't even walk in a straight line. So it doesn't really matter. It's about what we give to our community, Madam Mayor. That's what we're all about, and that's what we're judged on at our elections next year and the years after and the years after that. Let's not forget about that, Madam Mayor. Take education out of this. It's about what we do.
Councillor Salim.
I won't be supporting this motion because it hasn't considered people with learning disabilities and hidden disabilities, and I think it creates further stigma for people to get involved locally. Thank you.
Councillor Appleyard.
Thank you. I'd just like to draw everyone's attention to the line councillors should act as role models. I agree, let's take education out of it. We've had an outburst not so long ago. It'd be nice if there was a motion that put more effort on acting as role models with professionalism and decency and not being personal. That I could support. This, absolutely not.
Councillor Tull.
Yeah, I shan't be supporting it because, one, I live in South Hempsall and I don't need knowledge of South Hempsall. I've been there for 68 years and I've travelled into Wakefield. But more importantly, I'll tell you what we're doing, I think Councillor Morley's touched on it. We serve as communities because that's what they want us to do. And if you come to this council, whether you're 38, 28, or 21, or 58, there's a learning process. And part of that learning process is what some people on that side have never ever got. Because we have committees, we have structured committees, we have planning committees, we have scrutiny committees, where we can come and learn. We go to overview meetings that look at budget, we have meetings, we invite the chief executive to talk about budgets and going forward and chief financial officers. But you know what? They never turn up. They never, ever come. So to sit here today to start talking about education and that councillors
Can we
need
not get
educating.
personal, Councillor
I'm
Tully,
not being
please?
personal. The point I'm making is this. There's more to being a councillor and being a good councillor and representing your community than coming to this place every 6 weeks. There's other things that need to be done. And part of that is scrutinising what we do within this council, scrutinising what officers do, asking the questions, and if they went to some of the meetings and asked some of them questions, we might spend a little less time in this place asking questions to cabinet members, because they could have sorted them questions out in the first place in relevant scrutiny committees.
We were still getting personal there, Councillor Tully. Is there any more questions? Right, Councillor Sharp, do you want to speak now?
Yeah, thanks for that. I don't even know where to start, really. All we're asking is that a basic test is done in the same way that we expect a certain standard within our taxi licensing community. Now, maybe we should take the test for foster carers. Maybe we should take the tests for bin workers. Maybe we should take the tests for corporate directors. I'm not against that, but I tell you what, any test you give me, I'll pass it. And I'll be able to go back to my community and say, I was given this and I've passed it because I am a person who understands what it is to be able to be aware of what a councillor should be expected to do. And that isn't necessarily just going out and litter picking. And it isn't necessarily, you know, being a cabinet member without any experience of that role ever, which is what I mentioned earlier. No one mentioned anything about anybody's age, so we'll just get that right for a start. And when I've done this now for 3 years, and I'm probably one of the newest in here, and I realise that, but some of the emails that you see bandied about between councillors when we get something, the literacy is so concerning, Madam Mayor. There are people in this chamber, and they all know who they are, that cannot string a sentence together when they're replying all to an email, whether it's by mistake, whether it's done on purpose, I don't know, but it's concerning that we're expecting a working class population, because I guarantee if this was done on bus drivers, they'd all vote for it. They'd all say yeah. If it was done on train drivers, I've seen them all on picket lines supporting train drivers and bus drivers. They'd do it. They'd agree with it. But because it's the taxi profession, they've all got a problem. That's where the concern is. All we're saying is, let's just do. We represent the public come to see us in surgeries, or we attend I've attended many homes in my constituency where they invite me in. I'm still a representative that should be checked properly, DBS checked. I'm not by this council. And in order for me to enter a school, enter somebody's home, enter a vicinity of a place that is personal to that person, I should be trusted enough and believed enough that I am doing the right thing. If I'm going around saying, oh, I'm not prepared to do this, I'm not prepared to do that, oh, stuff you can take the test, I'm not going to take it, what does that say? It doesn't give a good example. It's not where we should be as role models and elected members in this chamber. It's not a personal thing. I'm just saying we should be able to match what we're expecting a local profession that is within our realm. Like Jack's right, the taxi trade is within our realm to be able to look at and, you know, refine laws. I get that, but we don't seem to be so outraged when, you know, another headline comes up for another profession. You know, Monday's headline story all over Sky News was, you know, a postman decapitated his girlfriend. That was the headline. Postman jailed for decapitating his girlfriend. There'll be no motions in the next council meeting around postmen, I can guarantee you that. But we seem to, again, vilify taxi drivers. And that's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Ahmed. You have the right to reply if you wish. In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Obviously, I believe that this is a correct motion, but if we apply logic of him over there, what we do is, I've driven my car for 20 years. I know the Pinderfields Hospital, so why should other people pass it as well? Every council meeting, you talk nonsense. You should be first one to go for training. Yeah, so you know what I mean. So
can we cut the personal comments out again,
right.
please?
The other thing is, you know, the reason you need training is because some of you, the two councillors that commented in here, Councillor Graham and I don't know your name, so right, so about SEN, which SEN person cannot complete a test on entry 3? You know that as a teacher, you should have known that. Yeah, so no, it's nothing to do with that. Like SEN, it's absolute rubbish. So if I were a taxi driver that was SEN, what support is available for them? £2,000, I think that's a lie as well. So publish the figures of the £2,000 of that. It's made up. Because it's a sheet of paper with like three sides on it, and it's a computer program that you've already paid for in education. So whoever wrote that for you, go and check with them. So unless that computer program's licensed per person, that's a lie. You can smirk about it as much as you want. So what the message clearly sent there, and it was important. I knew that it would be a opposed motion. It was simple. I knew it would get opposed. And the reason I wanted it to be out there in the public, that people know, and it's already out in the public, that people in the Labour Party and their cronies in Wakefield are against training, having something that they enforce on other people, they're not willing to do it themselves.
Right, we'll now move to the vote. Please show all those in favour of the motion. All those against. Any abstentions? The motion is defeated. We will now consider motion C on the agenda. Councillor Sharp, would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry. Today, I do not speak as a politician, I speak as a human being. And I ask you to listen not with your politics, but with your conscience. Gaza is not just a place on the map. Gaza is a home. It's my parents' home. It is the laughter of children, the warmth of family dinners, the hope of students, the dreams of young and old. But today, Gaza is also grief. It is rubble. It is the silence left behind by the dead and the cries of the living who cannot escape. How many lives must be shattered before we say enough? How many children must grow up believing that bombs are part of the sky? That justice is a word, that peace is just a lie, and adults tell to silence their pain. This is not about religion. It's not about ideas. It's not about sides. It's about humanity. When a child is killed, we do not ask their nationality. We do not ask what flag they live under. We grieve because the child is gone. We must say clearly, without hesitation, collective punishment is a crime, indifference is complicity, and silence is a betrayal. To the people of Gaza, you are not forgotten. Your pain matters. Your lives matter. We see you, we hear you. And many around the world stand with you, not out of charity, but out of solidarity. Because your fight is for dignity, safety, and freedom is our fight too. To the leaders of the world, history is watching. The children of Gaza will one day ask what you did when their world burned. Will you say you looked away, or will you say you stood up, spoke out, and refused to let injustice go unchallenged? Let us be clear, please. Peace does not come through war. It comes through justice, through equality, through the courage to see each other not as enemies but as fellow humans, worthy of life and love. Let Gaza live, let its people breathe. Please let the healing begin. all we ask is for you to help us to not enable the people of Gaza to be killed whilst waiting for aid, to be starved for days at a time because of a military blockade, to not sell arms to Israel in any format. You on those benches have the contacts and the connections to influence Yvette Cooper, David Lammy and Rachel Reeves. Please do something. With that, I move my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Is the motion second?
Second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll speak now, Madam Mayor. I think after Councillor Sharp asked me to second this motion, and I agreed to second it, and I think after the way you've spoken there as a Palestinian, I think I obviously fully support you and what you've done over the years, and the stuff you've told us about your own family members in there, the things we see on TV are just, it comes to a point where I don't believe that we live in a world that allows that to happen, and we still, we've almost become desensitized to seeing bodies of, people wrapped up in bodies with limbs missing and other things. And I'm hoping that in the council chamber, I saw 2 amendments there, and I thought both amendments were good amendments. I thought Amendment 1, I know I shouldn't comment on it, but I thought it might be just open up, perhaps, allow everyone to come to some sort of consensus that Amendment 1 and Amendment 2, in my opinion, send the right message out. And I think to argue over the minutiae of those amendments would be wrong for me personally. So I would be in favour of both amendments becoming part of the original motion. I'm not spoken to Councillor Sharp, and I hope she agrees with me on that, is that we support this, so we do send a message out of humanity, and because I can't bring myself to argue over these points.
Thank you. There have been 2 amendments to the motion submitted, which have been circulated to members prior to the meeting. We will take these separately in turn. The first is from Councillor Williamson. Councillor Williamson, would you please introduce your amendment?
Thank you, because I'm a bit concerned. I'm like Councillor Ahmed, I like all the amendments as well. If we accept Amendment 1, that becomes the substantive motion, yeah? Then we debate Amendment 2. If that gets accepted, does that mean Amendment 1 is out the window?
So technically, the answer to that question is yes. What I'm hearing from all sides is it may be worth taking a short adjournment, Madam Mayor, for the mover of the original motion and the 2 amendments to see whether there is a discussion so that we can come to one motion that can be placed before Council. Is that the will of the meeting?
Are we all in favour of that? So will we just adjourn it for 10 minutes? We'll just adjourn for 10 minutes and we'll go into the Mayor's parlour, the movers.
Across the mayoral park and leave the council chamber.
What's that then?
the Mayoral Party.
Please be seated. Is that your pen? Thank you all for being so patient. I'm now going to hand over to Gillian to explain what's happened and what we're doing. Thank you.
Yes, please. Just wondering whether the members can still have a debate or speech up, because obviously I have not got a chance to speak on the motion and amendment as well. I can do that now before your announcement, if that's what you want. Okay. So, Madam Mayor, today I am bearing an unimaginable loss in my life. So I haven't got the strength to have a long debate over this subject. We could have debate on this every single month, but the impact is minimal. But on the other side, my motion about green belt and green belt, which will be affected thousands of residents in Wakefield, will be put on the back queue, and it literally is at the back of the queue. So I am distressed about Gaza. The situation that people experiencing is horrendous. But in the motion, originally amendments, there's no mention of the atrocity committed by Hamas on the 7th of October. There is no mention of those hostages after 2 years nearly still in the hand of Hamas, suffering day in, day out. So negotiation is the only way we can bring peace back. However, before I sit down, I wanted to remind this council on the 5th of July, this British government has prescribed Palestine Action as a terrorist group under Terrorist Act 2000 itself. So let's pause and think what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. There has been a discussion between the mover of the original motion and the mover of each of the amendments before council today, and they have agreed a form of wording that can be put to the meeting. I will go through the form of wording first of all. Members will need the amendment sheet in front of them, and I suggest that you detach the second amendment from the back, because I will be going backwards and forwards between the two of them. And I will explain what the form of words is. Then I will explain the procedure that we are proposing to get to the point where we can vote on that. So if you look at the amendment sheet and you look at the first amendment, which has been proposed by Councillor Williamson, after the third bullet point in black, it is proposed to add the first section of red from the second amendment. So in other words, the one proposed by Councillor Jeffrey. So that will be added in, that wording, after the third bullet point in black. So far, so simple. Then the rest of the amendment stands as it is until you are over onto the second page. And at that stage, we will add in the second part of Councillor Jeffrey's amendment. So instead of publicly demanding an immediate and permanent ceasefire, we're going to do publicly reiterate our previous demands for a ceasefire. Okay. Then going down to the final bullet point on agenda page 2, the wording of that is going to change from demand that the pension fund to urge that the pension fund begin the process of divestment from all companies that are complicit in genocide, occupation and apartheid in the occupied Palestinian territories. And then we move across and pick up the wording in the final amendment from Councillor Jeffrey. So it will continue outlined by the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, as well as those listed on the United Nations database of business enterprises that are involved with or in the illegal settlements. The sub-bullet points in that section, so we're at the bottom of page 2, will be reworded. So again, it is urging the Council's representatives on the pension fund and asking them or urging them to do all of the other things that are listed at the bottom of there. Is everybody clear? I can try. Oh, right. Oh, sorry, I missed a bit as well. Right, we'll go through it again. It's all right. So, if you sit with amendment number 1 in front of you, I'm loath to adjourn the meeting to reprint all of this, but I need members to be clear on what you're voting on. So, in the first amendment, after the first 3 bullet points in black on agenda page 1, we are going to add in the first section in red from the second amendment, which starts on the 7th of May 2025 and ends, "We must not fail again." So that will be added in its entirety. Okay, everybody okay with that? And then, have I missed a bit? Right. Over on agenda page 2, so we're still in Councillor Williamson's amendments, we are going to remove that first bullet point, publicly demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire, and replace it with the first bullet point of Councillor Jeffrey's amendment, so that it will read, publicly reiterate our previous demands for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, urging all parties to adhere to international humanitarian law and protect civilian lives. Okay, everybody okay with that one? Everybody know what you voted, Councillor Rhodes?
Chair, we might have a long time in outside motion, but if everybody here knows exactly where everything is going at such short notice, then they're better than I am. Is there not a method of you emphasising these amendments and then reading them out as a whole, which is going to be the best way of everybody knowing what we put in and what we left out? Come to a composite arrangement and not be done that actually enough common sense prevails to make sure we're all aware of that.
The best way for everybody to be able to do that, in terms of reading it out, it becomes a very, very long motion. I'm not comfortable, Madam Mayor, that I will get that exactly right. If members are unhappy and unsure on what they're voting on, the only suggestion I can give you is that we adjourn the meeting again and we go and retype it all and then print it off enough times and distribute it to members. Can you go and do that? So I'm going to ask a member of the committee, Councillor Heptonstall, before you disappear now.
Rest with this meeting now while somebody puts together that motion in black and white and all members present get a copy. Madam Mayor.
Sorry, I do think just passing that to an officer who wasn't in the room is going to be really tricky. And I do think if we're really going to do it a bit, us three should, or one of us, or all three of us should go and sort that out, if that's what members are wanting. But then I've got to make a motion on which I need to do, so maybe we'd have to deal with that after I'm back. But there should be no reason why you couldn't discuss the other motions maybe in our absence.
Can I move, Madam Mayor, that action is taking place, that those amendments that have become a composite are the important part of this resolution, and it comes back as a composite resolution. Can I move that?
I think it's a second one.
It's not a motion that can be moved.
Right.
I hear what everybody has said and I hear the importance of the motion. What I am going to ask though is, and I'm afraid my team don't know this, so prepare yourself for the look of horror. I'm going to ask Fran and Naomi, Fran was in the meeting, to go and see if they can produce a composite version They will have to come back upstairs and we will have to adjourn again for a short period for all 3 people who were party to that conversation to read it and be happy. And then we will print enough copies for all members in the chamber. In the meantime, we can carry on with the business, but I'm going to have to ask Charlie to carry on doing the minutes because Fran won't be there. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yeah. Are we all in agreement? Yeah. Yeah. So the one to motion D.
Yes.
Right. We'll now consider motion D on the agenda. Councillor Harvey, would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I start, I think there is an eye-catching error on the motion. It has got my political identity as independent. I was not independent councillor. I am a Conservative councillor. And I do wish that this error is a genuine error. And the Chief Legal Officer has promised me that this will be corrected, should be corrected. I'm a proud Tory, and I will be a Tory.
Councillor Harvey, it has been corrected on the website.
Right, on the website, that's fine. I have seen the website, but the printed version has come out already. I just want to let you know that I'm not a party hopper. I'm not a fair weather friend either.
It had already gone to print,
and we will be, hopefully, have more people jump the sinking ship to come to this side, because you know we do carry some reasons. Okay, Madam Mayor, I will do, Councillor Ahmed. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I do appreciate Councillor Hemingway's proposal, and I certainly support most of the action steps, the point that he has suggested in his motion, bar the taxi and private hire. At the moment, I also have to give some credit, where the credit due, to the Council for the improvement that has been made to Children's Service under Councillor Eastwood. They have done a good work in bringing them back from a terrible state in 2018. However, there's so much more that needs to be investigated and done in relation to rampant child sexual exploitation that has long plagued this region. That's why I've been compelled to propose my own motion on the same issue. During the full Council meeting on the 29th of January this year, I asked the Council to clarify whether there have been any historical cases of crime reported to Wakefield Police involving so-called Asian grooming gangs. Given Wakefield's democratic similarity and close geographic proximity to other northern towns that have infamously been affected by this type of crime, I also questioned whether our council leader had any plan to carry out a local inquiry. In response, Councillor Eastwood mentioned that Children's Services had an offset rating of good, and the profile of all historical child abuse cases in the Wakefield region were not of a similar nature to those prolific cases in nearby towns and cities that have been reported in the media. She stated, I quote, "Therefore, at this moment, the department seems have no reason to carry out any inquiry." Sadly, Madam Mayor, some eye-watering statistics have since then been brought to my attention that I'm sure every councillor in this chamber will find it very shocking and disturbing. This council chamber was certainly not given an accurate enough picture of what has been happening during the meeting on the 29th of January. According to data acquired through a Freedom of Information request made to West Yorkshire Police, between the 1st of January 2009 and 31st of December 2024, West Yorkshire Police recorded 7,100 separate cases of CIC and grooming offences across 5 districts: Bradford, Calderdale, Kirklees, Leeds and Wakefield. 803 of these cases, amounting for 11.3% of the total for this county, happened right here in our city. Where I'm not suggesting that every single one of these involve Asian or white grooming gangs, I think it's very fair to say that with such a high volume of cases, further investigation by the local authority in Wakefield are warranted. Madam Mayor, last week, I met Keighley's MP, Robbie Moore. he has been leading the charge in calling for Bradford Council to carry out a Rotherham-style inquiry for some time now. Having seen how commonplace grotesque cases of CIC by Asian and white grooming gangs have been in his constituency, the area we all represent are not a million miles away from Keighley or Bradford. It is common sense that, in my view, to assume that there are networks of evil sexual predators have extended to Wakefield over the years. This threat can no longer be ignored by our local councillors and police force. Our top priority as elected representatives should be to safeguard all our children. As Councillor Hemingway just said, one case is too many. With this in mind, urgent measures must be taken to ensure that youngsters from disadvantaged backgrounds who are disproportionately targeted by sexual predators are better protected. In terms of what needs to be done going forward, I think there are multiple courses of action that this Council must consider as soon as possible. First, it is clear that CIC by Asian and white grooming gangs is rife across the whole West Yorkshire region. Thus, in accordance with calls from the Home Office for police forces to re-examine relevant historical cases labelled no further action, I hope that the leader of Wakefield Council could write to the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, Mayor of West Yorkshire, Tracy Brabin, and the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime, Alison Lowe, demanding that West Yorkshire is included in the National Inquiry on Grooming Gangs as one entity. In addition, I strongly believe that it is worthwhile for our council to carry out an independent local review. The people of Wakefield deserve the truth, and victims need to be knowing that justice has been done. Justice delayed, justice denied. There is no denying that this issue has not been awarded the attention it deserves, and is putting it mildly. So I urge councillors here to ensure that this vital work is carried out efficiently and transparently. Finally, it is of crucial importance that this Council devise a solid strategy to educate our younger generation on the danger posed by these evil criminal gangs. There needs to be an extensive campaign to raise awareness about this issue through strong multi-agency community engagement.
Councillor can you wrap up now, please?
Yeah.
You've got over your 5.
In conjunction with better child safeguarding measures, making sure that residents are more vigilant and will be critical to addressing the problem going forward. Madam Mayor, I really hope that my fellow councillors from all parties will support this motion. If they don't, and if therefore the council fail to act, then they better have a damning good explanation why the young people of Wakefield and West Yorkshire, whom they meant to care, don't have the chance, the opportunity. And this is a moral and civic responsibility we all bear. I hereby submit this motion.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Yes. Thank you, Councillor Girt. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be very brief because I don't think there's a great deal more I can say to add to that. When Sam asked me to second this motion, I just said yes straight away before I'd even read it, because I think it's important that not only do we make sure we're a safe city, we're seen to be making sure we're a safe city. And when before we said that there was no real historical cases, and then the Freedom of Information request that was put in showed that there was, then we definitely need to look at it, because there's been some miscommunication, hasn't there? And the final thing I'll say is Rotherham would have said at some point, we don't have a problem. Because you don't have a problem until you actually do you? So let's check. Let's see how bad the problem is here. Look into it and make sure that these perverts are brought to justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Girt. Councillor Isherwood has submitted an amendment to the motion. The amendment has been circulated to members prior to the meeting. Councillor Isherwood, would you please introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start by saying that we fully accept the resolution points in the motion. They are reasonable, constructive, and we're happy to support that. However, I am moving the amendment because the first paragraph of the motion is simply, in my view, not accurate. Having reviewed the most recent requests, it's clear that the claims made by Councillor Harvey are misleading and do not reflect the actual facts. With respect, I don't agree with the picture Councillor Harvey is trying to paint about this district. Whilst I understand the concerns made within the motion, we have a responsibility to ensure that what we put forward is fair, fact-based and balanced, especially that which is of a public record. Therefore, I am proposing that we remove the first paragraph with the amendment I've added and keeping the remainder of the motion the same. I will reiterate that once the terms of reference of the National Inquiry are known, we will be fully cooperating. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Isherwood. Is the amendment seconded?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Deb Nichols. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll do it now.
Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to second this amendment. Like my colleague, Councillor Isherwood, I also support the resolution points. They're reasonable, there is no denying that. They reflect the concerns of the wider public and concerns we can all share. However, I can't agree that the opening statement presents a fair or accurate picture. In fact, it risks both misleading members in this chamber and the wider public. This amendment strikes the right balance. It keeps the constructive part of the motion whilst removing wording that undermines its credibility. I hope colleagues will join myself and Councillor Isherwood in supporting it.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Pickersgill.
Yeah, just to speak in favour of the amendment, a number of people will be aware that my work background was as a mental health nurse, and I quite often dealt with sort of picking the pieces up in later life of people who've experienced child sexual abuse. I think I really have difficulty with, I think it's the second two sentences of Councillor Harvey's thing. She's, you know, the raw reports are not reflective of the true situation. We don't know. And the statement about the FOI request shows a much more serious picture. Well, to be honest, unless you give a more detailed breakdown, what you said isn't actually sufficient evidence, Councillor Harvey. You simply said there are so many cases of child sexual abuse in the district. We know there are, because the great majority of child sexual abuse is actually within the family. It's fathers, uncles, older brothers, people like that. The issue about organised grooming gang behaviour is a minority. It's a very sad minority, but it is a minority. It feels, Councillor, it's almost the opposite of Rotherham. In Rotherham, there was a denial that there was a problem. It seems here you're trying to assert there's a problem, whether there is or not. And I feel a little bit uncomfortable with it. You know, it may be that we've always said it may be that there are issues that are unreported in this district. That we're open to that possibility. We're open to looking at that if that's the case. But you're kind of asserting that there is a problem when we actually don't know. And that's why I can't support the original motion. I think the amendment is much better.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Councillor Sharp?
Yeah, I'd like to support the amendment. Reason being, I've just Googled grooming gangs West Yorkshire. First thing that comes up, Huddersfield sexual abuse ring. Second thing that comes up, Bradford grooming gang scandal. Third thing that comes up, Dewsbury man jailed in latest operation. There's nothing that concerns or immediate concerns that are being raised to anyone that I know of in this chamber within our district. It is a serious issue. It really is. And yes, it does happen within the family most of the time. But that's not the picture. The grooming gang picture that Councillor Harvey's trying to portray isn't the picture within our district, to my knowledge now, as has been reported literally 5 minutes ago when I Googled it. So I will be supporting this amendment. I do encourage the council to bring anything that comes out of any further report that is being moved. And when we move these motions, we just need to be a bit more specific as to what people find is the actual problem and give a detailed analysis rather than just a general overarching, I've done an FOI request and there's 7,100 cases. It's just, that's not going to help anyone. Thank you.
Councillor.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify that neither myself nor Sam that did the Freedom of Information Act request. It was a member of the public and it was brought to Sam's attention. Maybe with the benefit of hindsight, she should have included those figures in the motion. But essentially, if you want to go for the amendment, go for it, because the main points of the motion don't change. So it's only that first paragraph. So at the end of the day, you're achieving what we're setting out to achieve. So if you want to go for the amendment, go for the amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, well, I was just going to raise, like, I can't really, I'd support the amendment because I can't really vote on something when I don't know what the remit in the terms of a Freedom of Information request was. But it does pretty much do the same thing. You know, everything you want to resolve is still in there. So I'm happy to support the amendment, and I'd probably move, if anybody's willing to second it, that we move straight to a vote, because we are at like 6 o'clock now and we've got a few more things to discuss.
Councillor Ahmed.
I think I'll be supporting the amendment. I think Councillor Pickersgill and Gert, you've said it yourself. Yeah.
I didn't hear it being seconded. I apologise, I didn't hear you second it. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It has been moved, it has been seconded. It does need to be put to the vote as to whether the debate is closed. We have been here before. Can I remind members that closing the debate will mean that there is no right of reply. We will literally be going straight to the vote. So with that in mind, Madam Mayor, if you want to take the vote on whether to close the debate and put the matter. Is whether the amendment becomes the new substantive.
Right, the first vote is if the amendment becomes the first substantive motion. Okay?
A point of order, please, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I do believe that some time ago we had a position where we had this move to vote before, and the Labour Party, the controlling body, said that that would never happen again.
That is not a point of order, Councillor Farmer. Sorry. Yeah. Right, we go into the vote on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment becoming the new substantive motion? All those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. So now we will put the new substantive motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. Right, we're going to have another short adjournment, you know what I mean. So we have a look at what's been written and make sure it's correct.
So, Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Williamson.
Yeah.
The mayoral party leaves the council chamber. Yes. I think he's going to be allowed to speak. If he's
Thank you for being patient once again. I do believe now that Councillor anyway wants to move a procedural motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, can I move Procedure Rule 37 that we suspend standing orders of the meeting to enable the meeting to continue to get through the remaining items of business on the agenda?
Is that seconded? All in favour? Carried. Thank you.
I'd like to move a new motion, please, so that the amendments fall away from this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So all council members now should have a composite version of the motion. What Councillor Sharp has just indicated is that she wishes to alter her original motion to the version that councillors now have in front of them. She can do that with the consent of the seconder, which I assume has been given, and the consent of the mayor.
Yeah.
So with the new composite motion in front of council, Councillor Williamson, I believe, wishes to withdraw his amendment. We're just going through the process. And Councillor Jeffrey also wishes to withdraw her amendment. So we are voting on the motion that is in front of you. Madam Mayor, you may now take that matter to the vote.
Thank you, Gillian. Right, we're now going to the vote. All those in favour of the motion? Anyone against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now consider motion E on the agenda. Councillor Williamson, would you please move your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try. All I've got is like Palestine on my mind at the minute. So I've put a lot of work into this motion. I've done a lot of research, a lot of meetings with the public health team, learning how it works in other authorities and the impact the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library's been having in those areas. And I do think the original pilot of this scheme was fantastic. And it has expanded slowly, but it's funded really through voluntary donations and grant funding. And I think in the grand scheme of things, it's a very minuscule amount. It doesn't even, over the next 5 years, the amount it costs to give every child in all the areas listed a free book every month won't even work. It'd be less than 0.1% of the council's annual budget. I think expanding this scheme is quite personal to me. I'm not ashamed to say that I've experienced poverty and grown up, in hardship, and there wasn't much money growing up, but the one thing I had was a mum and a grandma who gave me books, whether that was from the library, whether that's second-hand books and stuff, and the occasional new one. And I think it's having that early sort of access to books and being able to read that basically enabled me to get really good grades at GCSE, then go on to study at university and end up with a law degree and an half-decent job now. And I got into politics to help people who are in a similar position to me now. And I want to basically rise up with my community and not pull the ladder up sort of behind me. And despite all the struggles that I've gone through personally, I think people living in poverty today are facing tougher challenges than I might have done when I was growing up. We've had, over a decade of austerity, we've had cuts to welfare, we've had pay suppression, we've had a ridiculous rise of food banks, which a lot of families are reliant on. We've had a cost of living crisis, inflation, energy price crisis, and it's pushing a lot of families, you know, to the edge, the past the edge. And I don't think a lot of families have the available money to give their kids free books all the time now in deprived communities. And we have 27% of children in this district living in poverty. Deprivation's got worse. Many children in poverty are 18 months behind their affluent peers. And the amount of children going on to level 4 education is significantly behind sort of regional and national averages. And I think, really, while there's so much that needs to be done to tackle poverty and give every child a good chance in life, there's only so much we can do as a council, and there's only so many finances we've got. But I think putting money, council money, into this scheme, I think something we should definitely consider and definitely do. I think it's worth the money. I think if you look at places like North Lincolnshire County Council, I mean, kids on the Imagination Library Scheme far surpass the kids, you know, that aren't. It does have an impact. You have people, I think a lot more kids in North Lincolnshire end up achieving the required standard in reading, writing, maths. On all the good level of development parameters, they exceed those. And I think it's definitely something, really, no matter what us politics in this chamber are, whether you're somebody like me on the left who thinks children, you know, there's class barriers in life and people should be given sort of opportunities to help, this motion's in line with that. I think if you're more to the right of politics and you think it's about individuality and getting through on your own merit and stuff, I think this solves, you know, this is in line with that philosophy as well. I think it's something we can all get behind. So what I am moving is to send this to the Cabinet to have a look and to commit to funding the expansion of the Imagination Library in all deprived communities in this district. The way I've done it and listed it the way as, there'll be some areas that aren't technically in the top 10 or 20% most deprived communities in this district. But
Councillor Williamson, your 5 minutes is up.
all right. Basically, to just be very quick, it's been done like that on the advice of the Public Health Intelligence team. And I think it's worth, I think the scheme's worth it, so I'll move this motion to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Is this motion seconded? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bates. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief because, firstly, I'd like everyone to know how much work he has put into this. And it's a very detailed motion, and it's self-explanatory, really, so I don't really need to talk about that. It has produced positive results with children, and I just think if it's good enough for one area, it should be, particularly my area that I serve and the one that I live in, the most deprived areas. So I think it's an investment. I don't know if there's anybody against this motion, but I hope it's not based on cost, whatever the objections are. Because of the cost of it, if you look at it, if you cast your minds back to the budget, they said we couldn't afford the garden waste bins, but then they said we could. And that's a similar cost to what this scheme is. They said we had to cut back in libraries, then they said we didn't. So I just wonder if they really know whether they can afford it or not. But it's an investment in our children and their future. And I don't understand if anybody, I don't know if the Labour group are going to vote against it or not. But I would urge them to vote for this. It's a positive thing. The money can be found, and I'm very proud and happy to second the motion, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bates. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? Councillor Smith.
Sorry. It's working now. Good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Dolly Parton Imagination Library of Wakefield District has been supporting children in Wakefield since 2017 to support getting the best start possible in life through a book giving scheme as a partner of the Dolly Parton's global network of imagination libraries. In that time, over 66,000 books have been given to nearly 2,500 children across the Wakefield district. Simply put, each registered child receives one book of their very own per month from birth to age 5. The book is mailed directly to the child's address, enabling a family to start to build their own library at home and to gift them the joy and skill of reading. There is no cost to the receiving family. I think it's worth noting that eligibility is focused on the most disadvantaged children within the district, which is determined by ward of residence. It is currently registering children from Airedale and Ferry Fryston, Castleford Central, Nottingley and Pontefract North and South. Across the district, babies and children supported by the Family Nurse Partnership, as well as those whose parents were formally supported by the local authority, are eligible to register to receive books. I would like to be really clear on the priorities around the Dolly Parton Imagination Library for us over the next 6 months. We will review the district-wide registration data to identify any registration trends. We will continue the fundraising work with the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library Foundation. We will run our first crowdfunder in September and evaluate the impact this has at raising funds. Once all the above has been achieved, then a decision can be made on the longevity and potential expansion of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library in Wakefield District. Our Labour Group is supporting this motion as the Dolly Parton Imagination Library is an important programme both to us as members and the district as a whole. But I do want to highlight that there does come a financial risk in terms of dipping into council general reserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Isherwood.
Yes, it's very quick. I love the Dolly Parton Library. I absolutely think it does an absolutely wonderful job, and I fully support this. I know this year there's 330 children graduating in a few weeks' time, and to achieve that across the district, if we can expand it, it's going to be absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any more? Councillor Shaw.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think it's a really, really good project, and I know when it was initially aimed at Airedale, Ferry Fryston and that sort of area, it's really, really driven things up, not just in poverty, but in actual education as well, because poverty, it's no good going out of poverty when there's no jobs or no route or that sort of thing. And it's done a lot, certainly for Airedale. The only thing I'd say, Jake, and I think it's important, and I've just heard it here, we talk about the Family Nurse Partnership. It's not all about the books, it's about talking to the families, because unfortunately some of the families haven't got some of that education level as well. So there's a number of different things that come together to give you these sort of programmes. So it's not just about that. Welcome it. I think it's a brilliant thing, but I also think I really welcome what's been said over here, that we have to look at it, and it's not just about cost, it's about looking at how we develop this into something for future for all.
Thank you. Councillor Gert. Thank you. Councillor Ahmed.
Just raised to support Councillor Williamson in bringing this motion forward. And as the other councillors said, speaking about the Dolly Parton Imagination Library, it has been proven now by the EF, Education Endowment Fund and Sutton Trust, that idea of young people reading up to a certain age, it does improve literacy and it improves their life chances. And if we can do this for young people across the district, and particularly the areas that we've chosen there across there. I've seen Agbringham, Bellevue and Kettlethorpe on there, and I think they'll make a massive difference to the life chances of the young people that probably wouldn't have the other opportunities.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, just a suggestion, Madam Mayor. I know we're talking about taking money out of reserves to pay for it, but we don't have to do that. There was a £400,000 dragon that the Culture Department, you know, rinsed away on something that they didn't even have to pay for, really, and didn't even have to work on. So they could use that money, really, to pay for books for kids. And I fully support this motion. Let's not talk about dipping into reserves when there's wasteful departments in this council. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson, you have the right of reply if you wish. In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
I'll just be very quick because I'm just going to address just a couple of points that were repeated. I think on the general reserves point, so the only reason that's included is because I wanted to come to council with a proper plan of how we were going to achieve it. I didn't want to come with something where we were going, let's agree to fund something. It'd be very abstract and then it might get kicked down the can. And I'm not saying anybody's going to kick it down the can, but I wanted something very concrete. I'm not bothered if we take it out of reserves or not, right? As long as we achieve the aims in the motion, I'm not really bothered where the money comes from. There was just a few issues with me getting the actual financial information to be able to actually state where I think we should get it from. So as like a final ditch attempt, it was, all right, let's cover it out of reserves and stuff. I don't think whether we do that or not, it is an issue. I think this is a very good use of taxpayers' money. We're investing in the future of us children. We're giving back to families who pay council tax and stuff. So it is a service to getting back, and I think it's useful. I think I'll just touch on the points about the fundraising and coming into September. Now, we can allocate money for this scheme. I don't think we need to necessarily wait for September. We can allocate it now, and then whatever money we raise through fundraising and grant funding, we can offset from the money we allocate out of this budget anyway, if that makes sense for everybody. So it's not just because we're allocating money doesn't necessarily mean we have to use that money. And if we've got some money left over, we can put it back into reserves or whatever. I don't really see that being an issue. And I do, the point about the family nurse partnership, it is important, but they don't cover every child in deprived communities. And I think I'd love for this to extend across the entire district, but as the finances currently stand, I think that would have probably been a bit of a trickier sell for me to come, and I think this was basically my compromise in saying let's focus on deprived communities. That's where the help's really needed. Let's make sure those children receive the help and support and the chance to develop themselves in their early years. And then I'd just like to thank everybody for the supportive comments as well. And with that, I'll end my right to reply, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. We will now move to the votes. Please show all those in favour of the motion. Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now consider motion F on the agenda. Councillor Farmer, would you please move your motion to the council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think after all the procedures we've had in the last 2 hours, I think I better take that competence test because I'm completely lost on a lot of it. And I also completely respect the decision made by the Madam Mayor about treating everybody with respect and all that, so I've lost 3/4 of my speech. There you go. But I will respect that. Right. It's simple, straightforward. I'm going to keep it simple because I know it's been a long, long day. On the 14th of November 2024, the Labour government announced that it was to introduce legislation to restrict the licence of new coal mines in the UK. Now, I haven't got a problem about any of the net zero, anything like that. I agree with all that. But in 2022, we imported 6,385,000 tonnes of coal. 769,000 metric tonnes were imported from Australia. Eurocoal estimates that the UK has as much as 187 billion tonnes of unmined coal, 80 million tonnes suitable for open casting. Residents in our area and businesses are subject to exorbitant energy costs, with the Labour government promising that the fuel bills were going to go down by £300 a year. Outsourcing our industrial base to other countries and importing the end products so as we can pretend to ourselves that we have reduced our carbon emissions is tantamount to allowing grown adults to believe in the tooth fairy and Santa Claus. For many decades now, we have this controlling group profess to support for the coal industry, and today's the day where you get the chance to demonstrate your commitment when it comes to planting the seeds of a new, modern coal industry. If we keep importing coal, why don't we just get it from our sources? Once we don't need any more coal, we'll just shut everything down. It's simple. Hopefully you support the motion, but I don't think for a second if you did support it and it went back down to Mr. Miliband, he would listen to any of us at any time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farmer. Is this motion seconded?
Second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
Later on.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I think my views on net zero are well known, although it's interesting, Nick, to hear you support all that net zero stuff. That's interesting. I just want to know, you've mentioned open casting, that we should be bringing back that. Which towns and villages in the Wakefield district are Reform proposing to dig up for open casting? Where would that open casting start? Which would be the areas where you'd dig up and dredge the land to extract coal from around this district? Because I think residents would really like to know that. Come on, it's obviously a bit of a joke motion. We all know that coal mining is in the past. There are many members around this room who spent many dedicated years of their lives working in the coal industry. But it's an industry of the past now. And I think, hopefully, as some colleagues will probably allude to, we want the jobs of the future that are going to be here for a long time. What good is it investing hundreds of millions, if not billions, in reviving old technology, digging out these mines, if, as you've just alluded to, we're going to stop on a whim whenever we don't need it anymore? The other point I'd just make is that, is this necessarily the right kind of coal that we need? I think there's high-quality coal that you use for steel production, and I think there'd be some sympathy with that position if that's what you're proposing. But if you're talking about open casting, you could be talking about low-quality coals like lignite and all sorts of other things that just wouldn't be suitable in this day and age. So there are lots of issues with this motion, Madam Mayor. Obviously, I'll be opposing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Repton-Stall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too won't be long in speaking. But what I will say, there's 51 years gone by since this resolution should have been brought to this council chamber. And also, the 300 years of coal beneath our feet. And that was told to me by a bloke called Johannes Glutens, who gave me a document that said in 1974 the amount of energy, solar, hydro, coal, peat, every form of energy, nuclear, the requirements for Europe. That were printed in 1974. It were planned for us to close by Europe in 1994, but it were brought forward to 1984, so it accelerated to shut the pits in Yorkshire because we weren't using the environmentally friendly ways to extract coal and burn coal. There's a new thing called liquefaction. We had it, we mastered it in Wales, a research and development centre. We also were building or making petrol from coal in the last World War. In South Africa, they made petrol from coal. We could have done all that. All that was severed in 1984 and after 1994. It keeps cropping up with 4, doesn't it? It's a bit of a thing there. But what I'm saying to you is, where are the mines rescue services gone? Where has Her Majesty's Inspector of Mines gone? Where has all the water gone that runs from Pennines down to the North Sea? Where has all gas gone that's still down there? And who's going to control all that? We've lost the ability to mine in this country. We know what they're doing in 84. We know what they're doing in 74. It's 51 years too late, is this. It's an energy this country has wasted. I think other people don't think that. Liquefaction, if we want to go back for it in years to come, 100 years, we'll drill an hole into Barnsley seam, pour a chemical down, melt it all, and then pump it out as a liquid, then put it back into solid form. That's the only way they'll do mining. Other thing to remember about our district is the smokeless environment. And what we're going to do, reverse what we've done for the last 40 years with smokeless energy. Energy we've used, power stations we've shut down and everything else. And we're going to let everybody have fires and smoke go up chimney. But so we'll have fog and smog like we had in the 50s. All kids going to school with a scarf around the neck. Them days are gone.
Councillor Pickersgill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very briefly, just, I think there's a naive belief in this that somehow pits are like factories, that you can just go back in and sort of sweep them up and you can start producing coal again. It's not like that. They've been left for years. They are inundated with water. We're probably going to get more energy out of things like deep mine water schemes and that sort of thing than you're ever going to get out of this idea if you went for it, because it's got the other problem, which is the same thing when we get in discussions of fracking, which is the idea that production of a fossil fuel-based form of energy in the local economy will actually reduce the cost for people locally. It won't, because we're talking about global markets. You know, whether it's gas or fracking or whatever, it isn't local people that would sort of benefit if we opened this up and had all the damage that we're talking about. It's global prices determined by global markets, so it doesn't make sense to oppose it.
Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just the irony of this has just occurred, you know, that's what struck me. I live in a former mining village, and I'll be going out for a few pints tonight with ex-miners who remember the strike and everything, and when I tell them that a couple of Tory party members want to open up the pits after what happened, I'm going to have to ask them not to shoot the messenger with that one. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we all want affordable, secure energy and good jobs for our district, Madam Mayor. But the future, we all know, lies in renewables, in training and technology, and not in reopening the mines that our communities have spent decades trying to recover from. Maybe we should focus on real forward-looking solutions, Madam Mayor, that don't leave our children paying the environmental price. To add, Madam Mayor, and I think it is important to mention this, on April 16th, Spain's national grid achieved a milestone by running entirely on renewable energy sources for a full day. That's the ambition Britain needs, Madam Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion.
Councillor Tully.
And neither will I. And I'll tell you why. Because I spent just short of 30 years underground at Frickley Colliery. And if you were going to try to reopen that place today, you know, you'd want an ocean as big as Atlantic Ocean to pump out what's in it. So I get where we're coming from, and Councillor Bates has touched on it. You know, the people that's making these noises today, what's in the same party that shut us all down and closed them all down, and I'd love to have seen industry thrive, but they wrote it off. They said it were done. Be worried, it's as simple as this. The only thing, and Councillor Emma touched on this as well, is about open casting and that blight on our landscape. I heard some person, I wouldn't say clown them, but that'd be a little bit off, a little bit personal, talking about coking coal the other day in South Wales. I think it was from Reformer too, where he was from. About we can go back in and mine. You don't mine coking coal. You mine coal, then you turn it into coke in coking plants. You don't mine it. You mine coal, and the bulk of the coal that were mined in this area, especially the places where I worked in that area, was steam coal. And it went to power stations, and it went to home coal, and it went to home suppliers. But when I look across Peace now, there's no ferry bridge, and there's not much left to Drax. And so I don't know if we're going to burn it all, or just steal it all in these coal houses. So I get the sentiment about the costings of, But you also need to remember, and Stuart Eppenstall will remember this more than me because he worked over there, it took us 20 years to open the Selby complex from start to finish. It's not like somebody said they can put some fabrication together and open a factory on our industrial estate because there's a spare bit of land and let's start digging away from it. And to be quite honest with you, unless you're prepared to put robots back in the pit, I would not in any way, shape or form be encouraging my kids, my grandkids to do what we did and our fathers and forefathers did for years and years before us. It were a dirty, filthy, unhealthy environment, and I accept at the time, and the time it were in place, it sustained our communities and it sustained what we did. But they closed it all down. The people today moving the resolution were part of a party that took the industry out and closed it all down. It's a bit of fun, I understand. He's not a bad guy, Nick. He likes to put a nice resolution down and again at 10 to 7. But he knows it's not feasible. He knows it's never going to happen. But it's kept us here for another 10 minutes and, perhaps we'll get wrapped up in the next 10. But I will not be supporting it because it's not worth the paper it's written on.
Councillor Rhodes.
When Stan started to say it's an irony, I was waiting for smells to come out because I was just going to say the same thing. It is an irony. 40 years ago, when all options around the place was supposedly dealing with the industry who could provide alternatives for our power stations and the rest of it, I remember then, was a way forward. But there was ulterior motives at the time, and we know that. And we know at the time, at that period, the amount of coal that was designated to be said underground. And when we look back on history, and people after us look back on history, then I think the statistics will bear witness to what happened in the last 40 years. We have across our district, and not too far away from me, over a period of time of me living in Wakefield, I've seen 5 pit closures within a distance of 1.5 miles. And that's just in Wakefield. And to think that this resolution here today by a Conservative, and I think now you reform, that's it. I knew there was a change again. To think here today that we have a political jumper gone to reform. We have a leader of the opposition here who disappointed me in several ways over the years that I've known him. And I say that with respect of knowing you. And we have a resolution here today that actually says it would be a good thing to consider, A, opening up any pit when the dangers that we know of water flooding pits, of gas, of tragedies that have happened in our mining, go back to Lofthouse, of tragedies that we've known that you probably don't even think about when you wrote this resolution, actually says the dangers of it now far outweigh what you're trying to put across in this resolution here today. I don't know who you're trying to aim at out there, but I'll tell you what. Go find some of our old miners that Stan's going to meet with tonight for a pint. See how many of them are breathing through coal dust and what they've had on their lungs over the years. And you want some of our generation now to have the danger that you haven't even thought about of gas, of all the rest of the drainage and water flow in there. And on top of that, the mention isn't in here of the coal industry, but of course I'm glad it's been brought up about the other assets of getting coal out. We've got fracking. We've got all sorts going on with our earth at the moment, and we can see the results of some of this across our countries in terms of what's happening with demographic changes and climate and what's happening across the world in flooding, etc. I cannot for the life of me consider, even though I am the widow of a miner who proudly stood out there and I stood with him, as did a lot of our people here today. But we're at a stage in our lives now where just this is publicity seeking. It has no value to it in terms of the health of the nation. You mentioned imported coal. Polish coal was coming into this country many, many years ago. many, many years ago, so it's not a new thing. But I'll tell you this much now. As much as we'd all like to see something of our industry that was palatable to the environment of the future, what we've got to concentrate on is what this council in our district over the years has picked up to try and regenerate those coalfields areas, to train and retrain people to give them a job and a career for the future. And I don't think this council over those years has done bad at all at doing that. I'd rather have that recognition noted for the health of our district than any nonsense of opening up coal mines that could just be a pure bomb waiting to happen. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Is there anybody else? No. Councillor Ahmed, you'll reserve your right to speak until later in the debate. Would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what we've seen there is a demonstration of the new Labour Party. The Labour Party that spent many years in this council chamber, that spent 40 years crying about the closure of the mines, actually physically complaining every council meeting, complaining that the district had been robbed by that woman who was the Prime Minister in 1980s when most of us were in primary school or nursery or something. And you've been complaining about that, but you come into power, and this message that people will take away from here is that the new Labour Party is so far detached from its roots. You should be disappointed with yourself, Councillor Rhodes, because my elders, the people that came here that used to vote Labour and stopped, are the ones that thought that the Labour Party, looking now, the Keir Starmer Party, the pensioner robbing party, the PIP robbing party, that's the first policies you chose, and totally detached from actual reality of the roots, which is why in 2026 you'll see that amalgamation of what will happen to all of you.
Can I ask you to address the motion?
And all it is Councillor Farmer's raised the motion, which really should just supported it actually. He said, oh, ironic as it is, reform, Tory, whatever you want to call it, but the fact is that Britain is held hostage by other countries today on determining its energy. And we see the price fluctuations. A little skirmish in Iran sees the petrol prices start increasing within seconds. Coal that comes from other countries. And I think the fact is that most of our energy, we burn gas to produce electricity, most of it. All these wasted projects of air source heat pumps, which single-handedly don't resolve energy problems, or them ugly windmills all over the place. What this was a motion which was criticising Ed Miliband, again, somebody who's totally lost touch with reality or where they've come from. I don't even know where the Labour Party is. What does it even stand for? So this all Councillor Farmer did, and I supported it, and I fully support it, is go back and instead of spouting rubbish about net zero and trying to make up for our 1% contribution to carbon in the world, is look and say, you know what, there is 300 years of coal left underneath the ground, and let's explore that instead of being held hostage by dictatorships around the world. That's simple in there, we can spout what we want, but all the rest of it was nonsense. The modern Labour Party, I don't want to call it modern, but is against opening coal mines. You need to stop crying, move on and accept that you lost your soul in politics. And that's what it is. 4 of you resigned, 4 of you being kicked out of the party today. I don't know what reason it is, MPs. 2026, a tsunami is going to take all of you out, and we'll sit here and laugh at you.
Councillor Farmer, you have the right to reply if you wish. In exercising your right to reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
I've really listened to what everybody said, very interesting. So, Margaret Thatcher was right to shut them. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We will now put the motion to a vote.
A question was asked to Councillor Farmer about open cast mining and where he would like to see that in the district and the Reform Conservative Party. Can they please answer that question?
He doesn't have to if he doesn't want to.
It's up to him.
It's up to him.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Is it a question-answer session, this, or what? What is it?
Yeah. It was raised in the debate, and it's up to Councillor Farmer in his right to reply. But he don't want to reply. Okay. I'll take it to the vote. Please show all those in favour of the motion. Please show those against the motion. Any abstentions? The motion's defeated. We will now consider the final motion, motion G on the agenda. Councillor Harvey, would you please move your motion to the council?
Colleagues, I know it's really, really late. This is the first ever meeting I've ever had so late, but this one is an important motion, and thank you for your attention. Madam Mayor, last year the Labour government brought the concept of green belt land into national planning policy framework. This basically means reclassify acres of greenbelt land that have either been previously developed or aren't deemed to be fulfilling traditional greenbelt functions like preventing urban sprawl or preserving historical settings. The category was introduced potentially to allow for more housing development on land that is considered less valuable than the greenbelt's core objectives. Obviously, they made this major change to the national planning framework with a view to fulfilling those pledges to build 1.5 million new affordable homes by the end of this Parliament. It goes without saying that this country does need more houses, with our population growth vastly outpacing the construction of new living spaces. I'm well aware that many councils throughout the UK don't have anywhere near enough housing land supply. However, by this council's own calculation and admission, Wakefield is not one of those. In fact, the local plan 2036, which was approved before the introduction of the Green Belt concept in January last year, stated that our city already has sufficient amount of HLS, that is housing land supply. Yet in spite of this abundance, the council jumped on the Green Belt bandwagon big time over the last year also, with little to no consultation whatsoever with ward councillors or local residents. Several big cases immediately spring to my mind, like the reclassification of New Hall Farm and parts of Heath Common, both of which are some of our city's most precious stretches of green belt. To make matters worse, these two sites weren't recategorized with affordable housing in mind. They are both been redesignated for solar energy-related development. Now, a 126-acre piece of former greenbelt land in the stunning village of Woolly is now being targeted for the same developers, Boom Power. Unbelievably, if the project goes ahead, the developer will be granted an 8-year deadline within which to begin construction. I'm sure I'm not the only member of this chamber to whom this seemed to be very ill thought out and totally ad hoc. These greenbelt developments, along with many others across the region, are part of a terrifying national trend that is particularly acute here in Wakefield rural area. It is no secret that greenbelt land is being eaten up all across the country, with many areas seeing an annual loss rate of 0.5 to 1%. However, the figure for this financial year in Wakefield Council shows a startling 3% in Wakefield. What's more scary is that this data isn't including land already allocated in the Council's very contentious Local Plan 2036. Clearly, there is an urgent need to improve this Council's long-term planning strategy to ensure that a balance is struck between allowing useful new development and protecting our treasured greenbelt land. So my motion today, firstly, proposes that the Council publish all reports related to any decisions to redesignate greenbelt land into greenbelt. It must also be accompanied by the provision of public scrutiny and more consultation with experts, councillors and local residents. Doing this is the only way absolutely necessary for improving openness and transparency. Additionally, my motion urges the Council to conduct a proactive strategy Greenbelt land review to identify the potential area for Greenbelt redesignation, with the object being to ensure that any future development is well planned, not at ad hoc basis. The overarching focus should be on affordable housing, as the government themselves have said, and the key infrastructure that support that local population increase. We need to build more schools, hospitals, and also GPs and dental practice and all sorts, but not just solar farm or the battery site. I hereby, Madam Mayor, submit this motion to the Chamber. Madam Mayor, and I hope that enough of my fellow councillors can see the sense and share the view that this council's disastrous planning strategy now needs a serious overhaul on the grey belt. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Byford.
Councillor Harvey mentioned some solar farms and I believe mentioned Heath Common, which is the subject of some planning decisions which will be made tomorrow. So is it appropriate that Planning Committee take part in this debate this afternoon in relation to the fact that it's being debated tomorrow? And should this be debated at all on the basis that it's going to be discussed tomorrow, and could this be deemed that it's another showboat by another councillor?
So as I understand Councillor Harvey's motion, it's more about national planning policy than it is about an individual site and how this council responds to national planning policy. So providing we stay away from conversations about applications that are yet to be decided, I think you are safe to continue with the motion. They're not in the motion, though.
Is the motion seconded? Thank you, Councillor Gert. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'm going to be very brief. Apologies to Sam, but I'm old, I'm tired, I'm grumpy, and I want my cocoa. You've put an amendment in. We know you're going to go for your amendment, so let's just crack on. Thank you.
Councillor Morley has submitted an amendment to the motion. The amendment has been circulated to members prior to the meeting. Councillor Morley, would you please introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to be brief. The council adopted, after a lengthy process, the local plan last year that Councillor Harvey voted against. It took many years to get to that point. I'm massively, and so would every single councillor in this chamber, be concerned about doing reviews of Greenbelt land or anything in the local plan. Councillor Harvey's coming from one direction. The other direction that I'm coming for, if we start reviewing the local plan and the Greenbelt, I'm sure many developers with expensive barristers will be quite eloquently arguing why Greenbelt should be taken out of that status. I think, to be quite truthful, Madam Mayor, the amendment that we've put in clarifies that. We will review when the next local plan comes up, and quite truthful, I urge everybody to vote for the amendment on this one. It's nearly 7:10. We've been a long day, and it's quite clerical what we're doing with this. The amendment speaks for us all that we need to protect our green belt.
Councillor Cummins.
Can it be noted that Councillor Byford's left the chamber as he is the chair of planning, and he felt he needed to?
Have we got a seconder for this? Thank you, Councillor. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Epworth. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
In the matter of time, I'll speak now and take a leaf out of Councillor Gert's book and say I concur with what Councillor Morley has said.
Any member wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, just quickly, Matthew, you've put in this amendment as if to say you're not transparent with everything that goes on in planning. Everyone knows what goes on in planning. Also, if we're going to adopt something and we're going to wait till the next local plan... No.
Point of order.
Order. Can Councillor Sharp please clarify what she's just said then, that we're not transparent and everybody knows what goes on in planning? And if she's got any evidence of what this goes on in planning, please share it with us all, please.
Gillian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's not technically a point of order because it's not a breach of the rules, which is what a point of order is. However, Councillor Sharp, I do have to remind you that in the council chamber there is no qualified privilege right, so anything that you say has to be backed up by fact. I would suggest if you've got some information that you need to share with the Chief Executive, that it's better done in a conversation or an email to the Chief Executive than mentioned in this chamber.
I don't understand where I've gone wrong. I've said everyone knows everything that goes on in planning. Everything is transparent. He's put in his motion, in his amendment, that everything needs to be to continue to be transparent. That's what he's put. I've not put that in. That's what he's put. So I'm talking about that. Is that okay, or do we need more corrections?
Councillor Sharp, I think there was a misunderstanding that what you were suggesting was that planning was not transparent. Since you are not suggesting that, I'm sure Councillor Morley would be happy to withdraw the remark. Do continue. Okay.
Thank you, both of you. Is there anybody else?
She's not finished.
Oh, you're not finished.
So, continue to publish all the reports associated with planning decisions where land has been identified, ensuring transparency in the decision making. When preparing the next local plan, that's not going to happen for another 20 years. So I don't see the point. You either vote against what Councillor Harvey's written or you vote for it. I don't see what we're preparing for ourselves for in the next 20 years when you do the next local plan.
Councillor Morley?
The plan goes up to that, but it could be shorter depending on the amount of house building in that local plan that takes place. Obviously, you also have to review the local plan at certain points during the course of its lifestyle. So, Councillor Sharp, that's why we will look at the green belt and the grey belt issue when these come up.
Is that your right of reply? Thank you. We will now then move to the vote.
Yeah, before you move the vote, I think that, Madam Mayor, I need to make the final plea for the motion, surely.
We're on the amendment.
We're on amendment.
Yeah,
We're moving to the vote on the amendment.
Right. Can we all please show those in favour of the amendment? Against? Abstentions? The amendment is carried. Is that it now?
So that's now become the substantive motion that needs to be put to the vote, unless there's anything further.
Right. Now that substantive motion now needs to be put to the vote. Right. Are we all in favour? Against?
Councillor Harvey, I think, wants to just raise an issue.
Councillor Harvey, do you want to raise something?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do wanted to make a comment on the amendment motion. That's something I should be allowed to do.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, so basically...
they're going to say you know.
All right, sorry.
Councillor Harvey, if you had comments on the amendment, they needed to be raised when the amendment was being debated. What I think we understood up here is that you wanted to talk about your motion. That is the word that you used to talk about your motion. I'm sorry if there's been a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, the vote has now been taken on the amendment, which has become the substantive motion, so I'm afraid we can't reopen that at this stage.
So now we're putting the new substantive motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? The substantive motion is carried. Thank you. We now close it, yeah. Right, thank you colleagues for being patient. I know it's been a long, tiring day, so enjoy the rest of your evening, and I now close the meeting.
Gentlemen, council members, please be standing whilst the mayoral party leaves the council chamber.
Don't